Once I began taking your stuff, it took a few months, but believe it or not, my liver enzymes are way down and it's normal now. It works.
Call now to find out how to get your free month's supply of Balance of Nature. Call 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com.
Use promo code Chicago.
I'm Shalom Klein. Join me each week for the Get Down to Business radio show. The show is packed with ideas that will inspire as you search for best practices to grow your business. Whether you are an experienced entrepreneur or just learning the ropes, Get Down to Business will tackle the issues affecting your everyday work life. Get Down to Business is powered by Tandem HR. Exceptional workplace, exceptional people. Listen each week to Get Down to Business with me, Shalom Klein. Heard Sunday afternoons at 6 right here on AM 560.
Our global and interconnected world impacts the market from more angles than ever before. Learn how to have more control over your investments and make proactive decisions based on market indicators. The show not to miss is Empowered Investing, Strategies for Proactive Investors, Saturdays at noon, hosted by Joe Lopresti, founder of the Investor Education Institute and veteran investment manager with Arlington Capital Management. Stop following the herd. Learn how to become a smarter investor. Empowered Investing, Saturdays at noon on AM 560, The Answer.
AM 560, The Answer.
Been a great week for Florida State football. For one, while the team was visiting a middle school in Tallahassee last week, a video went viral that showed one of the players making time to have lunch with an autistic boy who was sitting alone. Secondly, before the 4th-ranked Seminoles would rally to beat 11th-ranked Ole Miss Monday night, the team gave the boy an honorary jersey and free game tickets. Florida State wide receiver Travis Rudolph and 11-year-old Bo Paskey embraced and smiled after the junior surprised Bo with the presents during a ceremony. The jerseys got Rudolph's number, but Bo's last name. Bo and his mom watched their new hero and his team during the season opener. Rudolph even caught a touchdown pass. Mom told Time, by the way, that Bo no longer eats lunch by himself. That'll do it for this hour. For Jennifer Kashenka, I'm Gordon Deal. Thanks for listening to This Morning, America's First News.
You won't hear the traditional conservative views or the standard libertarian ones on the Yaron Brook Show. What you will hear is a discussion of Ayn Rand's radical fundamental principles of freedom, objectivist perspective on rational self-interest, laissez-faire capitalism, and individual rights. Yaron Brook invites you to the discussion. You'll be intrigued, inspired, and possibly angered. The Yaron Brook Show, Saturday afternoons at 4 on AM 560. The Answer. Tune in every Saturday afternoon at 3 for the Money Hour Radio, brought to you by Pierre Shale Financial Group. Learn estate and tax planning strategies, choosing the right IRA, and the ever-important decision when to take Social Security benefits. When you have retirement in sight, sound decisions are critical. Tune in to the Money Hour Radio every Saturday afternoon at 3, right here on AM 560, brought to you by Pierre Shale Financial Group.
Advisor services offered through Pierre Shale Financial Group Incorporated. Pierre Shale Financial Group Incorporated is a registered independent investment advisor.
What's happening? What does it mean? Why is it important? We've got The Answer. AM 560, The Answer. WIND, Chicago.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. Stalemate at the Senate.
Republicans rejected our efforts to compromise.
So there's no resolution to funding the fight against the Zika virus yet, says Minority Leader Harry Reid.
This summer brought even more cases of Zika, with mosquitoes now spreading the virus in some counties, and health officials issuing travel warnings for pregnant women.
But the bill Republican leader Mitch McConnell tried to push through the Senate with $1.1 billion in funding was blocked by Democrats who objected to a provision blocking money from going to Planned Parenthood clinics in Puerto Rico. Funding the government beyond September and avoiding a shutdown is another issue House Republicans will meet and strategize today. Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton will not debate until later this month, but they'll be in the same place tonight in New York.
When they go back-to-back instead of face-to-face at a commander-in-chief forum on NBC. perfectly timed because today Donald Trump is giving a major address in Philadelphia on rebuilding America's military. He's also questioning Hillary Clinton's judgment to be commander-in-chief, just as Clinton is ramping up her own attacks on whether or not the Republican nominee can be trusted with the nuclear codes.
As Fox's said, Henry. President Obama pledges again to help Laos, a country the U.S. bombed during the Vietnam War. Fox's Alistair Wankland's live in Vientiane.
Yeah, the president for a second day speaking about the legacy of the U.S. bombing campaign in the 1960s and 70s, saying Americans bear a, quote, profound moral duty to help defuse millions of unexploded munitions.
Addressing the most painful chapters in our history honestly and openly can create openings, as it has done in Vietnam, to work together on other issues.
Meanwhile, the president going into meetings here in Vientiane on the sidelines of a summit of Southeast Asian nations. One subject likely to come up is China's apparent militarization of artificial islands in the South China Sea. Dave?
Alistair, Newton is no longer a hurricane as it moves across Mexico, dumping heavy rain. It'll eventually move into Arizona and New Mexico. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Mostly clear skies, 78 degrees at this hour. Very high humidities and dew points are also at 74%. Chicago's top police officer says his department is doing all that it can to combat rising violence in the city. Police Superintendent Eddie Johnson said yesterday things will not change until the state, he believes, should pass tougher sentencing laws for repeat gun offenders. His comments followed a Labor Day weekend that saw 65 shot in Chicago, 13 killed. Johnson will address all of those issues and more right here on AM 560 this morning with Dan and Amy just after the 8:30 newscast. The spotlight is on contract talks between teachers and officials with the nation's third largest school district. The Chicago students attend Back to School Week. CEO Forrest Claypool and Union President Karen Lewis both held public appearances Tuesday. The question of whether there could be a strike this fall continues to linger. Chicago man is charged with the shooting of an 80-year-old to death on the city's south side. Ted Merchant faces one felony count of first-degree murder this morning and is due in bond court today. Authorities say a Glendale Heights bank robbery suspect is also wanted in 5 other bank robberies. Man held up a Chase Bank yesterday morning on Bloomingdale Road in Glendale Heights. Investigators believe the same person was responsible for robbing banks in 5 other suburbs: Oak Brook Terrace, Berkeley, Clarendon Hills, Hoffman Estates, and Addison. Federal trial continues today for members of a Chicago super gang on charges of drug trafficking and criminal conspiracy. 5 members of the Hobos gang are accused of a laundry list of crimes, including 9 killings. Prosecutors say the Hobos were formed by leaders of several gangs that had previously been rivals, but have since joined forces. Governors State University announcing it's closing its Illinois Small Business Development Center and another center due to the state budget crisis. The university president says the decision to close the programs was a difficult one and believes the development center had been a definitive resource for business owners. University officials claim the centers have helped more than 6,000 clients create 4,600 new jobs since 2001. Chicago sports. Brewers put up 5 in the first off starter Jason Hamill. They rout the Cubs last night 12-5. Jose Abreu hit his 5th home run in 7 games. White Sox over the Tigers last night, 2-0. Bears have signed officially kicker Connor Barth to replace veteran Robbie Gould. The news service of the Chicago Office of Emergency Management and Communications. Help keep Chicago and Cook County safe. If you see something, say something. Report suspicious activity by calling 855-RPRT-274. Brought to you by the Chicago Office of Emergency Management and Communications. 5:05, a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
The clock is ticking. The most important political event of the year comes to Chicago on October 29th. It's Freedom Summit 2016, featuring Lieutenant Colonel Alan West, Michelle Malkin, AM 560's Mike Gallagher, Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson, and Joe Walsh. And just added, Dr. Sebastian Gorka, author of Defeating Jihad. Tickets start at just $39 and are available at freedomsummitchicago.com. That's freedomsummitchicago.com. Sponsored in part by Air Comfort, Sol Z, and the Z Team, and by Precision Payroll of America. Dennis Prager appreciates Trump's candor.
Look how much African American communities have suffered under Democratic control. You're living in poverty. Your schools are no good. 58% of your youth is unemployed. What the hell do you have to lose?
Even I'm cheering. It is refreshing. Come on, folks. It's refreshing.
The Dennis Prager Show. Weekdays at 11, right before Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
Here's microbiologist Dr. Kim O'Neill talking about balance of nature.
Scientific research has shown that many cancers and lifestyle diseases can be prevented with a diet rich in fruits and vegetables. This prevention comes from the phytochemicals in the plants. They fight against oxidants that damage the cell's DNA, causing mutations that lead to disease. I don't take any supplementation, but I take Balance of Nature because I know, I've seen it in my lab, and I know that it works. I've seen the immune response increase, I've seen your DNA repair capacity increase, and I've seen DNA protection. And that, to me, as a scientist, rings so true, and it's only natural.
Call now to find out how to get your free month's supply of Balance of Nature. Call 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com.
Use promo code CHICAGO.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing, independently owned business bank. Signature Bank listens to your story, learns about your business, and sticks with their customers. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
I'm Kevin Bastuga, co-founder of Signature Bank. As native Chicagoans, my partners and I know this city, its economy, and the challenges that small businesses face. We like to think of Signature Bank as your hometown bank. Chicagoans helping Chicagoans. We understand that banking is ultimately about people, and we build long-term, lasting relationships with our customers. We stand by our customers, and our customers stand by us, and we welcome new customers every day. We look forward to welcoming you and your business into the Signature Bank family.
Signature Bank is looking for their next success story. Learn more about turning your business vision into reality. Visit signature-bank.com. Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
5:08. Let's check the roads this very early morning in our AM 560 traffic center. We welcome in Jim Talamonte. Good morning, Jim.
Good morning, Mike. I'm happy to report that much of the overnight road work has cleared throughout the Chicago area. Just a few minutes ago, we had significant delays on the outbound Kennedy from Nagel to around Canfield. That work has cleared. Also on the outbound Eisenhower is heavy from Des Plaines Avenue to First Avenue. All lanes have reopened, and traffic is getting back to fairly normal for this time of the morning without any significant delays. Northbound I-65 traffic is a bit heavy right now. From 93rd Avenue to US 30, there's some ongoing work in the area. Yet a toll road, a little slow in both directions west of State Road 149. Traffic is a service of Amtrak. Great memories are made on trains, not in traffic. Experience the travel the way it should be. Go from Chicago to Washington, D.C. for $78 with Amtrak Saver Fares. Book now at amtrak.com/saverfares. See where the train can take you. Restrictions apply. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte at AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer starts next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center, providing the right climate for business since 1935. The latest with our meteorologist, Kevin Snyder.
Breezy and humid with clouds and sun today with a shower thunderstorm in the area. High of 89, heat index readings of 96 to 101. Then later tonight, couple of showers and a heavy thunderstorm with good rain, flash flooding, and damaging winds, low 74. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
78 at O'Hare, 79 along the lakefront. Next news, 5:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy starts now on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by MJ Miller & Company Jewelers. All that glitters is gold at MJ Miller Jewelers in downtown Barrington.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. And tonight is the Commander-in-Chief Candidate Forum. Matt Lauer with Donald Trump. Matt Lauer with Hillary Clinton, separate, not together.
Right.
So don't get too excited. It's just another interview, a series of interviews. They just are back to back.
And it's on national security because most of the audience members are going to be active military. So they're going to be able to ask questions after Matt Lauer asks a few questions.
Well, it's an important night for Donald Trump. I mean, it's an important night for both. It's basically dead heat. CNN has Trump actually up 2 points among likely voters, which is a dead heat. But we've certainly seen the race close in the last 3 weeks as Trump has tacked towards humility and focus on substantive policy and let Hillary Clinton be the focus of media attention with the daily revelations about her emails and her private server. And then, of course, Friday's release of those FBI investigative documents. And it's benefited Trump. There's no question about it. Tonight, it seems they have different things to accomplish. Trump has to demonstrate the temperament, kind of address the temperament question, the finger on the button question that Hillary is trying to make a referendum question on Trump. And Hillary has to explain her dismal record as Secretary of State on matters of national security and foreign policy. So they have different things to accomplish. I think actually Trump's is a lot easier than for Hillary to rewrite history.
Really? I mean, who do you think is stronger on national security, considering that Donald Trump, I mean, yesterday he surrounded himself with 88 military members. He's saying, look, when I'm the first 100 days in office, I'm going to surround myself with the best generals, and I'm going to give them 30 days to figure out how to defeat ISIS. So it's in a way saying that even though I can't, because remember he used to have a secret plan how he's going to defeat ISIS, and now his plan is to ask the generals and give them a month to figure out a plan.
Well, whatever the timeline is, the point is this is consistent with the humble Trump repositioning, which is smart because what's the one of the attack lines that Hillary has taken out of context and used on commercials? Trump knows more about ISIS than the generals. Something he said previously. Now he's saying,
"Well, I have her new ad in there too."
Yeah, and the Priorities USA ad is a complete hatchet job. It's
what do you mean showing Vietnam vets with
no, it's taking Trump's responses out of context. Trump's responses on nuclear weapons, making it look like he's ready to press the button, as it were, at the drop of a hat, which is not what he said in those debates where they ripped those comments from.
But it's starring double amputees from Vietnam who are watching this on TV, and it's a series of montages of that.
Right.
The looks on their faces.
The point is to say that going back to this kind of humility tack I'm describing is Trump is saying, obviously, I'm going to rely on the experts. Whatever bloviation, blah, 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 that's Trump being Trump. But as President of the United States, I'm going to bring in the generals who are steeped in the knowledge of ISIS and how they operate and where their soft spots are and different strategies and tactics we can employ. And I'm going to listen to what they have to say in terms of charting a course. That's a sensible kind of middle of the road type of approach. And that's really the hurdle, the political hurdle he needs to clear in saying this is not some reckless guy who we have to be concerned about with dominion over nuclear weapons, who we have to be concerned about doing something rash or behaving in an erratic manner that could precipitate some kind of unnecessary conflict. That to me, demonstrating a little bit of knowledge, a little bit of humility, and a room temperature temperament. That's all Trump has to accomplish tonight. Hillary Clinton has to explain Benghazi. Hillary Clinton has to explain the Russian reset. Hillary Clinton has to explain the deterioration of the Middle East and the deterioration of relationships with Israel, with Turkey. She has the Iran deal. She has a lot of splaining to do.
And I heard that some friends of the four who were killed in Benghazi, minus Chris Stevens, will be in the audience tonight. And I hope that they have the courage to get up and ask her why did you let my friends die? Why didn't you get
That'll
up
be a
at
moment.
3 a.m. and take the call? And I hope that Matt Lauer says, so, Hillary, what Clinton aides did you invoke to go destroy those devices? And where did they go? Which device? Was it your mini iPad that they destroyed? Was it your BlackBerry cell phone? Which cell phone was it? How did they do it? When did you give them the directive to go destroy those mobile devices?
Well,
I mean, that would be great if Matt Lauer stood up and just actually asked her those questions.
Well, the Clinton Foundation and the relationship with the State Department, one was folded into the other. Take your pick in which direction.
Mm-hmm.
That's a national security question, too. That's a commander-in-chief question, too. Yeah. How can this foundation continue to exist and take money from foreign governments? Isn't that an inherent conflict of interest? And by the way, Hillary, why do you continue to make your running mate look like an ass? Or is he just lying from you? Does the kind of the fish rot from the head down, and now Tim Kaine is a professional prevaricator, too? Because Tim Kaine, on a campaign stop in Iowa over the weekend, said this about the Clinton Foundation.
On the question of the Clinton Foundation, I know they said they're not going to accept foreign donations if she's elected president, but if you've been to a wedding where they yell last call in 15 minutes, everyone rushes to the bar. Should we just get out in front of this right now and say not going to take any?
I think it's now, foreign donations as of now, and then as of President Clinton will step aside from his connection to the foundation. So she's taking one step forward right now. The foundation is taking one step forward right now by saying there's no corporations, no foreign connected contributions, not taking them right now. And then if we are successful and are elected, President Clinton will sever the tie with the foundation that he created.
Yeah, except that's not what's happening.
No, is he that clueless? Does he not read a newspaper?
So just to be clear, the Clinton Foundation has not said anything of the sort with respect to not accepting foreign donations now.
Right.
There's nothing. In fact, after Hillary Clinton said even prospectively that they would not take foreign and corporate donations upon election, and Bill Clinton was going to step down from the board, but Chelsea's going to remain, the foundation clarified and said that's only with respect to a small portion of the work that we do. I mean, this is after Tim Kaine yesterday
wait, there's more?
Well, I mean, yes, we played this, but let's just repeat. So Tim Kaine is, being, not that he's just not another D.C. politician, but I don't recall Tim Kaine being this much of just a kind of a straightforward liar.
Well, he said he was boring, but I didn't know he was stupid.
Well, I don't think he's stupid.
Is it just he's oblivious? I mean, do they keep him in a lockbox, Dan, and then let him come out every time they need him and talk like a pup and then put him back in the box?
I don't think she's stupid. I think she's a liar. I don't think he's stupid. I think he's doing her bidding. This is Tim Kaine talking about her devices with respect to what we learned from the FBI document dump on Friday.
Senator Kaine, the FBI released more documents about the investigation into Hillary Clinton's emails and a summary of her interview with the FBI. Let me just highlight what is new. She didn't seem to know what some classification marks even meant. She said she relied on staff to tell her what was classified. Archived emails were deleted even after a congressional committee requested them. And all she has really said about this is that it was a mistake to use a personal server. Don't the American people deserve a better explanation?
Well, and I think, Martha, they've gotten a better explanation because to add to what you just said, the reason these materials are being made public is that Hillary Clinton said, I want the public to see them. When Congress asked the FBI, give us your notes, Hillary said, yeah, that's great. Give them your notes, but let the American public see it. And what these notes demonstrate is in very significant detail why the FBI chose not to go forward with any additional proceeding. She did make a mistake, and she made it by deciding she wanted to use one device rather than multiple devices.
I mean, see, that's him talking to Martha Raddatz on ABC News on Sunday. 13 devices. What's this? She made it by deciding she wanted to use one device rather than multiple devices. She made the opposite decision.
Oh, my God. What world is he living in? I mean, doesn't he also know the FBI requested all of those 13 devices? And Clinton's attorneys couldn't find one. And that's when we learned about the destruction.
The hammer time.
Stop my hammer time. I mean, that is such a violent act to try and conceal evidence. I can't think of anything worse.
Tim Kaine must believe like Hillary Clinton. You can't touch this.
Connect with Dan and Amy using the AM 560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Hey, plenty of heat. That's a big story today. We're going to have a heat index between 100 and 104 degrees, so be careful out there. Will be humid, a shower or thunderstorm likely in spots by the afternoon. Air temperature a high near 90. And then tomorrow, morning shower in spots, otherwise clouds breaking, warm and humid, a high of 85. How's that outbound Kennedy doing, Jim Telemonte? Still down to one lane?
No, Amy. Good news. Good morning. Good morning, Dan. I'm happy to report that all lanes have reopened on the outbound Kennedy. There were 3 left lanes closed around Canfield, so that caused some misery and some long delays earlier. But now everything's open on the Kennedy in both directions. It's 20 minutes either way between O'Hare and downtown. Same goes for the Eisenhower. There were outbound delays around Des Plaines Avenue with some overnight work. That has wrapped up, and now we have no delays, at least at the moment, on the Ike. Edens, it's wide open. The Stevenson still fine. Same goes for the Ryan. I-57 looking good. Bishop Ford inbound starting to get a little bit heavy approaching the Ryan. The tollways are all fine. We had some earlier delays in northwest Indiana too due to construction, but they've also cleared up. So at the moment, things look pretty good. There is still a closure in Elk Grove Village of Oakton right at I-90. There's some overnight work at the overpass scheduled till 6 this morning. I'm Jim Talamonte in the AM 560 Traffic Center.
Hey, with ChicagoRadioDeals.com, seeing is believing, and you have to see the deal from Vision One LASIK Center. Get LASIK surgery on both eyes at their state-of-the-art center in Lombard for only $1,750. It is a $3,800 value. Start with a consultation at any one of the Vision One LASIK centers in Arlington Heights, Chicago, or Lombard. Vision One is a private practice with LASIK specialists Dr. Brand, Dr. Martin, and our favorite Dr. Berger. Hey, are you ready for this hot deal? Bikram Yoga of Rolling Meadows has a 10-class package at their beautiful studios on Hicks Road. Bikram Yoga is a series of 26 yoga postures and 2 breathing exercises taught in a 90-minute class. Get this, in a 105-degree setting, you'll be sure to sweat. Now, this package retails for $130. It's only $50. And look into open group training for your child athlete or adult boot camp classes for your best body from MFC Sports Performance in Darien. All these healthy deals and much more can be found only at ChicagoRadioDeals.com.
This is Bob.
Hi, I'm Bob.
His company put their trust in Air Comfort to keep their business running cool all summer. Bob knows the value of proper chiller maintenance that includes end-of-season service, so he'll be ready for next summer.
I'm ready.
Dave, on the other hand, thought he could put off servicing his chiller at the end of last season and had 3 complete shutdowns this summer. Needless to say, his staff and customers were not happy. Moral of the story? Preventative maintenance will save you time, money, and trouble. As the hot weather ends, you need maintenance on your chiller before the start of next season. Air Comfort has one of the largest commercial and industrial service groups in the Chicago area, with a dedicated factory-trained chiller department that takes a scientific approach to analyzing your system and determining any needed maintenance. They know how to work on large equipment, perform an analysis of your chiller, and get you ready for next season. Call 708-345-1900 or visit aircomfort.com. Air Comfort, providing the right climate for business since 1935.
Congratulations on that 401k. It's officially going nowhere, and you're probably going to have to pay to get your money out. And congratulations thinking Social Security will float you through retirement. Wake up, answer listeners. Real wealth comes from real estate. I'm Sean Thompson. My company is Liberty Real Estate Services, and it's time to invest in a personal real estate portfolio that will secure your future. With Liberty Real Estate, we'll help you buy those properties, and most importantly, we'll help you manage those properties once they've been acquired. Financial independence can only be achieved when you've broken down the market like I have. Nobody wants to rent your 401k, but many want to rent your house. Real wealth comes from real estate with Liberty Real Estate Services. Call me right now at 630-323-4376. That number again is 630-323-4376, or visit the website at libertyrealestateservices.com for information you'll need to get real financial freedom and control your destiny. 630-323-4376 or libertyrealestateservices.com. It's time.
AM 560, The Answer.
Stop. Hammer time.
Oh, yeah. I want to find the hammer, too, that they used to destroy that device. I'm so enthralled with the story. It's very violent. I mean, think about that. To take a hammer and actually smash something.
Yeah, Hillary Clinton's IT team has some non-traditional IT instruments. So they've got the bleach it, they've got the hammer.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of physical equipment.
And what did they do with the fragments of the phone when they were done smashing it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Put it in the Clinton Foundation vault. Ed and Oak Brook, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yeah, you know what you guys are talking about, what questions to ask. Well, here's two. One, will they change the rules of engagement where our guys don't have to call in to get permission to engage the enemy? And the other one is really dear to my heart. All of the guys from Iraq, Iran, Afghanistan, and the women too, that have been put in military prisons just to appease the enemy for silly, bad judgments on their part. I want these guys and women out. And I want it known, because right now Obama put them in jail just to appease the enemy, and it really bothers me that they're putting our guys in hellholes like this, like Afghanistan, and then they're throwing them in jail because they're just acting for whatever reason that I don't know, because I wasn't there.
Yeah,
That's what I want to know.
Thanks for the call, Ed. Well, you're right, you weren't there, neither was I. So here's the thing: you go through a military tribunal, and that's how people are convicted of crimes, violations of the Uniform Code of Military Conduct and violations of the law. I guess we'd have to talk about that on a case-by-case basis, because I'm not sure which specific cases you're referring to. But in terms of the question about rules of engagement, that is a legitimate question, and I agree with you. I hope it is asked tonight by the dizzying intellect of Matt Lauer. Randy in Crown Point.
Morning, guys. You know, if Martha Ravitz were a good journalist, she would have followed up the question with Kane after he started to make his comments to justify her, the one device and all. She needed to follow up with saying, we're being less than honest here, Governor Kane. We're not following the report. The report said she used multiple devices. It didn't distinguish whether she used them one at a time over the course of 4 years. It said she used multiple devices. Mr. Kane, you're not being honest with us here. You're not being upfront. Mr. Kane, the report also stated that she was less than truthful with destroyed evidence after she was told not to.
Right.
Mr. Kane, you're not being... See, that's the problem with the left-wing journalists, is that they're going to be prepped rather than prep the one that they're going to interview. They simply are being manipulated by Kane and by Clinton and by that left-wing machine, and we will never get the truth out of them as long as they're the ones doing the interviews. We need the Brett Baiers of the world. We need and it's unfortunate Greta's not with Fox now, but we need these people because they ask questions that are probing. People don't like Sean Hannity, but, you know, Sean Hannity is offensive in some of his questions, but he asks questions that are relevant. These left-wing nut jobs don't. And Martha Ravitz just proved to me more and more why would we watch anything on the MSNBC, CNN, or any of these other networks that absolutely are doing the bidding of Hillary Clinton.
All right,
all you have to do is say, she's not being honest.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Randy. Thanks for the call.
She
Appreciate
didn't have
it.
a follow-up. I mean, I watched.
Well, she did. I mean, I watched
of that.
She did actually. Tim Kaine tried to pivot and talk about Donald Trump, and she did cut that off and go back to questions. But I mean, she could something that was so obviously incorrect. She could have challenged. It's certainly a fair point. In terms of Greta, Randy, watch Brit Hume. I think you'll find he's a more than suitable replacement. And in terms of Matt Lauer, Steve N88 has a simple wish.
Yes.
I just hope Matt Lauer wears socks.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
A Chicago retail consulting firm seeks a vice president, Advanced Analytics, to act as chief architect of a suite of advanced analytics tools to manage projects that involve the use of advanced analytics. Candidate must have a bachelor's degree in marketing, 15 years of experience in analytics, prior employment at dunnhumby, permanent United States work authorization, and travel domestically at least 35% of the time. Please contact Mary Bauer, Human Resources Manager, Willard Bishop, LLC, 3880 Salem Lake Drive, Long Grove, Illinois, 60047. Please email cover letter and resume to hr.mgr@willardbishop.com. A Chicago retail consulting firm seeks a vice president, Advanced Analytics, to act as chief architect of a suite of advanced analytics tools to manage projects that involve the use of advanced analytics. Please contact Mary Bauer, Human Resources Manager, Willard Bishop, LLC, 3880 Salem Lake Drive, Long Grove, Illinois, 60047. Please email cover letter and resume to hr.mgr@willardbishop.com.
A couple years ago, I had a severe accident which disabled my right hand and caused chronic pain and complete suffering. It took many years before really we figured out exactly what it was or how to treat it. My whole goal was I did not want to be on high levels of pain medicine. After some time, I went to see Dr. Kenneth Candido to try to figure out the source of the pain and a solution and how to solve it. He listens. I'm going to cry because it's so real. I've been through so much, and he wants to help his patients, and he's there for me whenever I need him.
This is Ken Candido of Chicago Anesthesia Pain Specialists. I have a simple message for you. If you or someone you love or someone you know has chronic pain, contact us. Treating chronic pain issues is what we do. We can make it better. Get an appointment and let's talk. MyPainChicago.com, MyPainChicago.com. All the info is available at MyPainChicago.com. Let's make you pain-free.
AM 560, The Answer.
And coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
At 5:38, should Donald Trump apologize for his foray into birtherism? Dr. Ben Carson thinks so. What do you think? We'll take your calls.
But first, let's go into the newsroom and say good morning to Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, good morning. We have 77 degrees. The founder of WikiLeaks says more information about Hillary Clinton and other U.S. politicians will be released soon. Julian Assange telling Fox News teases could come in the next couple of weeks. Presidential nominees Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump will take questions in the first of its kind Commander-in-Chief Forum later tonight, moderated by Today Show co-host Matt Lauer. Campaigning in Florida, candidate Clinton mocked Republican Donald Trump for saying he alone can fix the nation's most serious problems.
Americans don't say, I alone can fix it. We say, we'll fix it together. Just watch us. Nobody can solve problems better than we can.
A political gift the GOP presidential nominee gave to Florida's attorney general, raising some eyebrows. Trump earlier this week dismissed questions about the $25,000 contribution to a political group connected to Pam Bondi. It was made in 2013 when Bondi was reportedly considering a fraud investigation against Trump University. A Zika virus funding bill is stuck in the Senate. Democrats like Florida Senator Bill Nelson objected to part of that bill that placed any restrictions on Planned Parenthood.
Let's stop these political games. Let's stop these political writers.
Democrats object to part of the bill that places restrictions on Planned Parenthood in Puerto Rico. Parts of the Southwest bracing for stormy weather. Hurricane Newton approaching. Tropical system may not be hurricane strength by the time it crosses the U.S. border, but it's done its share of damage already, slamming Mexico's Baja California Peninsula. Chicago's top police officer says his department is doing all it can to combat rising violence in the city. Superintendent Eddie Johnson said yesterday that things will not change, he believes, until the state passes tougher sentencing laws for repeat gun offenders.
If we had the gun laws in Chicago that L.A. and New York have, we would see our violent crime cut in half.
His comments followed a Labor Day weekend that saw 65 shot and 13 killed. Johnson will address those issues and more here on AM 560 this morning with Dan and Amy just after our 8:30 newscast. Chicago sports, Brewers beat the Cubs 12-5. White Sox beat Detroit 2-0. The news a service of Subway. Subway restaurants feature a different 6-inch sub for $3.50 every day. Today is turkey breast. Participation may vary. Additional charges for extras and deluxe plus tax may not be combined with any other offer. 5:34 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Sean Hannity steps up again this election year.
For you biased, liberal, phony hypocrites at the New York Times, the Washington Post,
ABC, NBC, CBS, CNN, and MSNBC.
Once again, like I did in 2007 and 2008, I'll do your job for you because you people are lazy, you're thoughtless, you're a bunch of sheep. Just the bottom line. And that's how I really feel.
The Sean Hannity Show. Afternoons at 2, right before Joe Walsh at 5 on AM 560. The Answer.
Remodel your kitchen with Galaxy. Buy one cabinet and get one free with free financing and design services. Call 773-783-8300.
Hey, you've heard how Automated Systems excels at assisting companies with systems integration and FDA compliance. But they're also a staffing leader. They supply handpicked elite leadership, subject matter experts, and proven technical professionals in engineering, quality control, and FDA compliance to support the life sciences field in executing mission-critical projects. ASI provides highly specialized pros to deliver projects on time and budget. Don't pay a lot more to a big consulting firm, and don't trust the big temp agencies to supply the talent you need. Call Laz, my friend Laz at Automated Systems, when failure isn't an option. ASI is retained by all of Chicagoland's Fortune 500 life sciences companies, from big pharma to startups, and excel through a culture of excellence in execution. For a staffing, compliance, or automation evaluation, call Laz now at Automated Systems at 844-HIRE-ASI or visit AutomatedSYS.com. That's 844-HIRE-ASI or AutomatedSYS.com.
536. Let's get a check of the roads in our AM 560 traffic center with Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. We told you yesterday at this hour about a new closure of the left lane on the inbound ride before 95th for work on the new CTA Red Line terminal, and that closure is in effect, and it's causing some early delays on I-57 and the Bishop Ford. 57 delay started 119th. It's already 27 minutes. I-80 to the ride. Bishop Ford 25 minutes with delays starting at 111th. The ride is slow from Cermak Circle. It's 19 minutes, 95th to downtown. All clear on the Edens and the Kennedy. Overnight work is gone. Same goes for the Eisenhower. Inbound Stevenson, just a little sluggish. Harlem to Central. Northbound Tri-State at 95th Street. There's a crash on the right shoulder. Traffic is a service of iCash. The Illinois Treasurer is safeguarding recovered cash for state residents. Their iCash program makes it easy to claim what's yours. 1 in 4 Illinois adults discovers property to claim when they search at IllinoisTreasurer.gov. Search today. Visit IllinoisTreasurer.gov. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center, providing the right climate for business since 1935. We'll have some sun today, breezy, warm and humid. Shower, thunderstorm in spots, a high of 89, currently 78 at O'Hare, and 79 along Chicago's lakefront. Your next news update is at 6. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Fox River Periodontics, Chicagoland specialist with dental implants. To get your smile back, visit implantsforme.com.
Hey, Joe Walsh here. Listen to Freedom any time of any day. Go to walshfreedom.com/podcast. Freedom returns at 5.
We're talking about the ladies of Fox.
You know this.
My hair is long and it's so strong or something. Who
I
sings
didn't ask
this?
for the lyrics. I asked for the artist.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Dan, you're the singer on the show, not me.
Answer the question.
I was only in Big Ten show choir, but that's okay.
Answer
I
the
don't
question.
know who is it.
It's Love and Rockets.
Love and Rockets?
Yeah.
That's the name of the group with the song.
That's the name of the group.
What's the
So
name?
Alive is the name of the song.
I'm alive.
Yeah.
So alive.
I just
See,
like
I just sang
to
it for you.
demonstrate my knowledge of 80s music from time to time.
From time to time, every
keep everybody
day.
in their place. Make sure everybody recognizes when it comes to idiosyncratic knowledge of 80s music, I have no peer.
You
I
don't.
could have been
mean-
an MTV VJ.
Well, what did you stay in your room and just play LPs and sing?
Yes, that's what I did.
That's what you did?
Yeah, until my late 20s.
And then Mom and Dad said, "Come
Then
on,
it's
Dan,
time,
it's time to get out."
It's time to go out and experience the world. And so I started doing that at about 29. You know, which is
average age right now.
Yeah, I
to
mean
become
that's
an adult.
I was just ahead of the learning curve in terms of extended adolescence. That's all. And there's
All
nothing
right, what's
wrong
your
with that.
favorite '80s band?
Oh,
Or is it just?
it's so difficult. I'll tell you. I gotta say, probably my favorite. Boy,
Well,
you know,
top 5, then? Top 2.
I mean, you've got your Corey Hart, Never Surrender. That's kind of my personal '80s anthem.
I can't even look at you.
But then you've got your outfield.
Oh, that.
You've got your Christopher Cross. I mean, I know he extends pre and post '80s, but I mean that was really
He was good.
the ascendancy of Christopher Cross.
Match. Yeah, he was good.
Yeah. Boy, I mean, there's some. I mean, obviously you have your Journey.
You can't go wrong with Journey.
You got your Billy Squier.
Sticks.
I mean, there's so many.
Deep Purple.
It was such.
I mean, remember Deep Purple?
No.
That was too violent for you.
That's 70s, first of all.
That's not 70s.
Yeah, that's 70s.
Deep
Mike
Purple?
Scott is confirming that is 70s.
Really? Am I that old?
Well, yeah, you are.
What about Def Leppard?
Yeah, Def Leppard, sure.
It's not
Pyromania.
70s.
No, that's 80s.
a good album. I
That's-
still have that tape.
Yeah.
I have a bunch of tapes under my bed. When I went on my road trip, I got a Walkman.
Oh, that was when you went on your road trip with Leif Garrett?
No.
When dalliance you had with.
Yeah, with Leif Garrett.
Uh-huh.
I had his poster on my wall.
No, was he
No, I just
before
played
or
my
after
Walkman
Keith
and listened to
Cassidy?
my the tapes I made when I was a kid. I don't. Was before or after who?
Keith Cassidy.
Oh, one of the Cassidy, David Cassidy's brother.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I wasn't into him. I like the Bee
More
Gees.
of a Bonaducci
I liked
girl.
Andy Gibb. Oh, Leif Garrett, hot. Def Leppard. I had a Pyromania poster on my wall.
Well, did you like Def Leppard before or after the drummer lost his arm?
I couldn't tell the difference.
Okay. Well, I hope you
All right,
enjoy.
Wait, what was your first concert?
My first concert.
And where?
My first concert was Midnight Oil at Poplar Creek.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Mine was Def Leppard at Alpine Valley.
In 1967.
Yeah, right.
That first concert, Def Leppard's first concert.
You were
Midnight Oil. I mean, Blue Sky Mine, Forgotten Years, Beds Are Burning. Remember that big, kind of that gangly, big front man they had that was bald? It
Yeah.
was a nut job, but it was.
Where are they
it's good
from?
music. Australia.
Okay. That would explain it.
Yeah. Exactly.
All right. Well, wonderful.
All right. Well, I
Thanks
hope
for-
you enjoyed
Hey.
that foray into 80s music.
No, it's great.
Downtown Julie Brown and Kurt Loder here will be back. Now, so let's switch to what we do, which is talk a little politics here. And the question, should Donald Trump, extending this run of humility and focus and outreach, particularly the calls that he has made for African-American families to consider voting for Donald Trump, should he apologize for his bizarre incursion into the world of birtherism in the 2012 election cycle, where he was going to have this big presser to unveil the actual birth certificate of Barack Obama,
that's right.
and it turned out to be a big nothing burger.
I remember that.
There is a piece at the Daily Signal, dailysignal.com, by Kay Cole James, who's a trustee at the Heritage Foundation and former Virginia Secretary of Health and Human Services. The piece, I'm an African-American woman, here's my advice to conservatives. And she basically is one. She starts by saying, our children, black children, grow up sicker, poorer, less well-educated, and at a greater risk than other American children. Our families, once boasting more marriages in two-parent households than whites, are now battered by single parenthood, unemployment, and poverty. In our community, once the self-sustaining citadel that enabled us to survive slavery and institutional racism, is now teetering on the brink of destruction. So she gets what's happening. She sees what's happening. She's not papering over it. She writes, as for conservatives, the effort to gain support from black families will take focused effort, real trust, unwavering consistency, and sensitivity to symbols, as well as the powerful acts of just showing up and listening, which is what Donald Trump did in Detroit over the weekend. Personnel decisions within campaigns, transitions, and governing will make a big difference, too, since having experienced politically savvy African Americans with stature inside those three dynamics is vital to avoiding unforced errors. I want to focus on the symbols piece of what she mentioned. She mentioned that for a reason. That wasn't just a throw-in word. It's not just taking the right position and saying, school choice, I want to extend opportunities to your children that wealthier children, more privileged children, more politically connected families have for their children. It's not just having the right public policy answer. It's also being respectful of symbols and sensitive to, how you perceive things versus how somebody else who's had different experiences perceive things. There's no, you can at one time, or at the same time, I should say, dismiss the kind of everything is a dog whistle approach of the left because, accusing everybody who doesn't agree with them of being a racist is their stock in trade. You can at one time not buy into that and also still be sensitive to symbols. And so the question of Trump's foray into birtherism. Should he apologize for that spectacle he made of himself 4 years ago? 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line, 64636DA, turnkey.pro text line. Ben Carson.
Dr. Ben Carson, African-American accomplished man who
Yeah.
is a part of Donald Trump's team, as well as Omarosa, part of Donald Trump's team.
Well, let's talk about
Right.
let's talk about them separately, not in the same sentence. Dr. Ben Carson, who toured Detroit, his hometown, with Trump over the weekend, he was asked about that very question by Jake Tapper, and here's what he had to say.
Do you think it's time for Donald Trump to acknowledge that all that birther nonsense was a mistake and to apologize so that African American voters to whom he's reaching out might be more willing to listen to his message?
I think that would be a good idea. Absolutely. I suggest that on all sides. Let's get all of the hate and rancor out of the way, so that we can actually discuss the issues. What are the things that will affect the quality of life for Americans, for their children and their grandchildren?
Of course, he's right. I mean, across the board. But do you agree that Trump should apologize?
312-642-5600. For me, I don't need him to apologize. It's done. I think he forced the issue. He finally forced President Obama to release the birth certificate, which, by the way, I have a few copies in the office if you want. When the birth certificate came out, our program director, Marcus Brown, ran off a bunch of copies, and we plastered it all over this wall right here, just, showing that, he has a birth certificate. He was born in Hawaii.
He's a human.
Yes, he is a human.
Right.
Yes, he was not born in Kenya. I'm sorry to inform many of our listeners. But no, it's over. Move on. I don't care. I don't need an apology from Donald Trump. Donald Trump's a showman. And at the time, he was involved in reality TV, which he has been for, 14 years. So to me, it was just part of the act, part of his shtick. So I don't think he has to apologize for that at all.
Yeah.
I don't think any less of Donald Trump for that. I think that, he forced the issue and he made President Obama find his birth certificate and turn it over.
I'm rather surprised by that, actually, because
Really?
I think he should apologize.
Really?
Yeah,
Whoa.
I think Ben Carson is right.
Why does he need to apologize?
I go back again to Miss James's piece, the sensitivity to symbols, unwavering consistency. If you don't have evidence to back up a claim like that, and he clearly did not, nor does anybody else, nothing credible, then you don't make it. And if you make a false claim like that, then you apologize for making a false claim because you were in the wrong. And I think as Trump wants to build trust or wants to obtain consideration from black families, the symbol of the first black president of the United States is an important symbol.
Right.
It's so important he got elected largely based on the symbolism of his candidacy. There's no question about that.
So if he doesn't apologize, that's going to hurt him with African-American voters?
No, it's not about whether it hurts him. It's about the opportunity to help himself and also to continue to show the humility he showed when he effectively apologized for that whole flap with the Khan family. Well, why not? This is benefiting him to demonstrate some humility. I go back to that word because it's a word that has not really been in Donald Trump's lexicon for most of his adult life.
Because he has a large ego. I don't see him apologizing.
Well, but it has been for the last couple of weeks, and it's benefited him. And it benefits not only him, but the party to see the party standard bearer, and that's what he is as the nominee for president, say, you know what I did there, whether it was showmanship or however I want to rationalize it away, it was wrong. I was wrong. It's counterproductive. It was counterproductive. The whole birtherism thing, it became fodder for White House correspondents' dinners for Barack Obama to excuse Barack Obama for all of his excesses because you had a small group of people suggesting that he was born in Kenya and thus ineligible to be president of the United States without any evidence to support such a contention. He should apologize.
I don't think there were maybe there were a small group, but they were loud. I mean, Aunt Linda, she was a birther.
Would
send me emails all the time.
It was a small group of people. Mm-hmm. And the bottom line is whether it's a small group, whether it's one, whether it's 100, whether it's 1,000, nobody produced anything that was credible. including Donald Trump.
But all they wanted was a birth certificate from Obama, and they finally produced it.
He participated in conspiracy theory mongering, which is beneath the office of the presidency.
But he did that before when Justice Scalia died. He said, "I don't know, there's a pillow over his face."
That is completely different than this. And if he wants additional consideration, he should show additional contrition. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. There is no question he was wrong. So why?
A lot of people were wrong. I was even doubting it for a little bit.
So apologize for being wrong. And it's so funny to me how politicians, this extends beyond Donald Trump, politicians are so unwilling to ever admit they made a mistake or they did something wrong, except when they run out of every other option. Why not?
Because they're afraid their opponent's going to use it against them.
Oh, stop.
Yeah.
Why not preemptively? No, you can actually, that's wrong. And that's the philosophy that a lot of candidates and politicians take, and it's wrong. It turns out the American people, they don't think you have this high standard that you must clear to be an office holder. They find the standard very low to be an office holder. So they don't expect you to be superhuman. They expect you to be human. And what is a demonstration of human frailty? Saying I made a mistake and I was wrong, and I don't need anybody to tell me I did because I know I did, and I'm going to be forthright about it and come clean about it. And the American people are very forgiving because we all make mistakes. We all do stupid things. We're all sinners. I just think it would be such a benefit to Trump to take Ben Carson's advice, but that's just me. Dave and Racine, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yeah, I'm not a birther, but I have a view on admiring Trump for having Obama finally show his birth certificate, considering that Obama got his start in national politics with him and his minions getting the divorce records of Jack and Jerry Ryan.
Yeah, well, I don't. Those two things are incongruent, David. Thanks for the call. I mean, one has nothing to do with the other. And he didn't get a start in politics. He was a state senator before he ran for U.S. Senate. Rick in Lindenhurst.
Yeah, this morning, Dan and Amy. Christian, there was evidence that his birth certificate was fraudulent. Joe Arpaio had a posse, and he had some experts to look at the birth certificate.
Yeah.
Well, he had a volunteer posse.
My point is, Hillary Clinton is the person that instigated this birther movement.
Fine.
To Attorney Philip Byrd out of Philadelphia.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Rick. Yeah, so what? I don't care who started it. The point is Donald Trump participated in it, and the additional point is that he would benefit from saying I was wrong to participate in it. Why is that so difficult for people to get over? Stop saying, well, this other party was also wrong, or this other party instigated it. If you participate, think about what you would do with your kids. If they participated in a bad activity, would you make them apologize or punish them for participating in a bad activity? Yes, you would.
I think you're so wrong. It took 2.5 years for President Obama to finally release or have the White House release his birth certificate.
Right, and
it was a sideshow. Yes, it was a sideshow,
Exactly.
and he found it that amusing. But I mean, why not? If you were born in Hawaii, why not prove that you were born in Hawaii and end it 2.5 years earlier?
For 2.5 years, because people walked right into that ambush and allowed him to use that issue and bait people and get away with Obamacare and everything else and get away with the narrative the left really wants to tell, which is everybody who doesn't like Barack Obama doesn't like him because they're racist. It's dumb. It's counterproductive.
Well, once they got the birth certificate, then they wanted his college transcripts.
Jim in Miami. Hey, Jim.
Dan, you're putting me in a hard position here because I very rarely, if ever, agree with Amy. But you're linking this birther thing with race, which had nothing to do with Trump and race. If you want an apology from him, I guess that's fine from a political perspective now that he's up at the presidential level. But that had nothing to do with race.
Yeah, Jim, thanks for the call. It does. It does because of how black families perceived the prosecution of that issue. And if you remember how I started this discussion, this is an opportunity to show some humility, to extend an additional olive branch to black families who saw the birther movement as an attack on Barack Obama because he's black. The truth of it may not be the case. How it was perceived, though, is something that is undeniable, and it needs to be addressed, and it could be addressed successfully by Trump here, and that's what I think he should do.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
If you suffer sinus congestion, trouble breathing through your nose, which gets worse when you lie down, facial pain, and sinus infections, antibiotics, nasal sprays, and steroids can only do so much. I'm Dr. Robert Deitch, and excited to tell you that recent advances in our field have opened exciting new doors. We're leading experts in a newer procedure called balloon sinus dilation that gently expands your natural sinus openings to fix underlying drainage problems. It takes 15 minutes and is performed in our office. Balloon sinus dilation is minimally invasive using local anesthesia and best of all delivers immediate and long-lasting relief. We're board-certified ENT specialists who can help you avoid expensive hospital visits and long recovery times.
For immediate and long-lasting relief from your sinus problems, call ENT Associates today at 847-882-5888 or visit nosinusproblems.com. That's ENT Associates at 847-882-5888 or online at nosinusproblems.com.
The sounds of summer from your very own pool and spa is brought to you by All Seasons Pool, Spas, and Outdoor Living. All Seasons Pools and Spas begins from the ground up with creative custom design, expert pool construction, and hardscaping, and then finishes with complete maintenance and care, leaving you to enjoy the of summer. As you soak up the sun poolside, imagine a fire pit, outdoor kitchen, or pergola. All Seasons Pool and Spa will turn your boring backyard into a vacation paradise. No need to go off the deep end. Relax, knowing that for over 60 years, All Seasons Pools and Spas has been making a splash in your neighborhood. Visit their showroom and store for a complete selection of pool, spa, robotic pool cleaners, and premium barbecue and grill islands. A trained staff is on hand to provide water testing, salt and chlorine products, and advice for servicing your pool. All Seasons Pool and Spa and Outdoor Living, 135th Street in Orland Park, or resortlivingathome.com. That's resortlivingathome.com.
No one likes being stuck in traffic. It's the same gut-wrenching feeling you have when you're stuck with your company's health insurance plan. Like most employees, you worry about paying too much for health benefits and prescriptions. Unfortunately, you probably are. But the good news is you don't have to. I'm Jim Lorenz from Clear Insight, and I have helpful solutions to lower your costs and improve your employee benefit package. Don't change the prescription drug, change where you buy it. I will give you a tool that will provide the cost of your drugs at the pharmacies near you. You'll seek out a gas station just to save 10 cents a gallon. So why don't you do the same with your health insurance and prescription drug benefits that could save you hundreds? I apply the same concepts to your health benefits. With plan design and simple technology, we're able to grant the rewards that help keep that copay in your pocket. Our next workshop is coming up Friday, September 30th at the Dunham-Woods Riding Club. This is a perfect opportunity to learn what we do and how to save your company and your employees money. For more information about our upcoming events, go to clearinsightbenefits.com.
The U.S. Senior and Women's Open, the BMW Championship, the Chicago Half Marathon, NASCAR racing, the Blackhawks Parade, so many festivals and special events. And they all have one thing in common: Master Fence Rental. Master Fence Rental provides professional fence rental services throughout all phases of your construction project, special event, or emergency situation, along with prompt delivery and expert installation. These are the guys to call when you need to maintain temporary safety and security at your site. Master Fence Rental is ready right now for your next big event or building project with chain link fences, fence panels, and pedestrian barricades that are uniquely designed and built to be sturdy, safe, and attractive with easy installation and takedown. Event planners, show producers, contractors, request a free quote today and get ready to work with the temporary fence pros. Master Fence. Call 866-622-0822. 866-622-0822 or online, masterfencerental.com.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
ITT is closing. Why? Because they didn't hire Bill Clinton at 6:06.
And later, would you let your 12-year-old daughter kill a giraffe? But first, into the newsroom we go. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, Chicago's top police officer calling for stricter gun laws. The latest from Superintendent Eddie Johnson coming up. Strike looms as classes get underway this week at the Chicago Public Schools. Chicago man charged in the shooting death of an 80-year-old as the trial begins for a super gang in a Chicago federal courtroom. Brewers beat up the Cubs and Jason Hamill last night while the White Sox trimmed the Tigers. Some sun, breezy, and very humid in your forecast. A complete look after Fox News. WIND Chicago News Time is 6 o'clock.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. Donald Trump says Hillary Clinton's email scandal is like Watergate, but worse.
Why do you acid wash or bleach the emails?
Talking about thousands of emails deleted from her time as Secretary of State using a private server.
They used hammers to destroy phones so they couldn't be turned over.
Now, Hillary Clinton was asked by reporters if she has any concern about the deleted emails.
No, of course not. I have no concern on either count. None. And neither did the FBI.
And the Democrat again questioned why Trump refuses to release his tax returns.
He clearly has something to hide.
The Republican says he'll release them once an audit is finished. Both Trump and Clinton will be at a televised commander-in-chief forum tonight. Same old in Congress. A stalemate over money to fight Zika and talk of trying to avoid a government shutdown. Fox's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
Dave, a $1.1 billion Zika funding bill failed last night in the Senate. Democrats blocked the measure over restrictions on Planned Parenthood. Lawmakers are also trying to find a way to fund the federal government by the end of the month. Some conservatives want to pass what's called a continuing resolution that will keep the government running through March, but President Obama and Senate Democrats want a full-year spending deal. Dave?
Rachel, Newton is now a tropical storm moving across Mexico's mainland with heavy rain. It'll go into Arizona later today and then toward New Mexico. They got closure, but it was rough for Jacob Wetterling's mom, sitting in court, hearing the man who murdered her son in 1989 finally confess, detailing how he kidnapped the 11-year-old, raped him, and then murdered him and dug a grave. He led police to the remains over the weekend.
It's incredibly painful to know his last days, last hours, last minutes.
Danny Heinrich admitted it all while pleading guilty to child pornography, not murder. He now faces 20 years in prison. Fox News Radio. Fair and balanced.
Very muggy, 77 degrees, 6:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. Chicago's top police officer says his department is doing all it can to combat rising violence in the city. Superintendent Eddie Johnson says he believes things will not change until the state passes tougher sentencing laws for repeat gun offenders.
If we had the gun laws in Chicago that L.A. and New York have, we would see our violent crime cut in half.
Johnson addresses those gun issues and more here on AM 560 this morning with Dan and Amy just after 8:30. Spotlight is on contract talks between teachers and officials with the nation's third-largest school district. School CEO Forrest Claypool and Union President Karen Lewis both held public appearances on Tuesday. The question of whether there could be a strike this fall continues to linger. A Chicago man is charged with shooting an 80-year-old to death on the city's south side. Ted Merchant faces one count of felony first-degree murder after shooting a victim in the head Monday morning following an argument on East 77th Place. A major Catholic health system is dropping saint names from all of its hospitals to create, it says, a more unified identity. Franciscan Alliance treats more than 1.3 million patients in Illinois, Indiana, and Michigan. It's changing its name completely to Franciscan Health. Southern Illinois University officials say fall enrollment is down 7.5% from the same period 1 year ago. Interim Chancellor Brad Colwell says only 15,987 have enrolled this fall. University officials say they're not surprised by the drop, but have cut $21 million in spending in advance of the loss of revenue. Jason Hamill and the Cubs routed by the Brewers 12-5. Sox over Detroit 2-0, and the Bears have signed kicker Connor Barth to replace Robbie Gould. The news, a service of Napa Auto Parts. This month at participating Napa Auto Parts stores, Mobil 1 synthetic motor oil on sale. Great price, $5.79 a quart. Keeping your ride running longer, stronger for less. That's Napa know-how. General States pricing. Sale prices do not include applicable state or local taxes or recycling fees. 6:04 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
The clock is ticking.
The most important political event of the year comes to Chicago on October 29th. It's Freedom Summit 2016, featuring Lieutenant Colonel Alan West, Michelle Malkin, AM 560's Mike Gallagher, Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson, and Joe Walsh. And just added, Dr. Sebastian Gorka, author of Defeating Jihad. Tickets start at just $39 and are available at freedomsummitchicago.com. That's freedomsummitchicago.com. Sponsored in part by Air Comfort, Sol Z, and the Z Team, and by Precision Payroll of America.
QL1, this is Control. Checking in to see how excited you are for launch. Over? Well, actually, Control, I'm kind of bored. I think you cut out, QL1. It sounded like you said you were bored. That's affirmative, Control. You're about to travel 17,000 miles per hour through Earth's atmosphere, and you're bored? It just doesn't sound that exciting after using Rocket Mortgage by Quicken Loans. I was able to get a completely online custom mortgage approval in minutes. All right, you cut out for sure this time. Did you say I can get a mortgage approval in minutes? That's right, Control. Minutes. Whether you're purchasing a new house or refinancing your existing home, Rocket Mortgage securely pulls your pay stubs and bank statements to build you a custom mortgage solution so you get exactly what you want. Wow, that is exciting. Yep, definitely better than months of dehydrated ice cream and powdered orange drink. 3, 2, 1. Rocket Mortgage at QuickenLoans.com. Push button, get mortgage.
Rocket.
Visit for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLSConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
6:06. Let's get an update on the ride to work this morning. In our AM 560 traffic center, here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. The eastbound Adams Tollway has a big traffic jam from just before the Tri-State to the Kennedy, just before Cumberland, with a crash in the left lane. Once you get on the Kennedy, it's about 24 minutes from O'Hare to downtown, outbound 20. Inbound I-57, it's brutal. Jammed 127th up to the Ryan. The left lane is closed before 95th for work on the new CTA Red Line terminal. I-57 runs 40 minutes. I-80 to the merge. Outbound 5 to 15. Bishop Ford affected as well. It's 28 minutes from 8094 to the Ryan. Edens is clear. Inbound Eisenhower, it's a 5-minute delay. Manheim to Harlem. Outbound a 1-minute delay past Harlem. Stevenson, 40 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Traffic service, Little Caesars, home of the large $5 hot and ready pepperoni pizza. Little Caesars, they took pieces of their delicious crazy bread, covered them with melted cheese and bacon, threw in a side of jalapenos, and created loaded crazy bread bites. They're hot and ready every day from 4 to 8 and only $4. Plus tax at participating locations. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Here's our meteorologist, Kevin Snyder.
Today, breezy, warm, and humid with clouds and sun, along with a shower or thunderstorm in the area. High 89. Couple of showers and a heavy thunderstorm tonight. Watch for flash flooding and damaging winds. Low 74. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
78 at O'Hare, 79 along the lakefront. Next news at 6:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by HealthQuest Radio with Dr. David Kolbaba. HealthQuest Radio is heard Saturday mornings at 11 o'clock here on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning. Welcome to your Wednesday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
If we had the gun laws in Chicago that LA and New York have, we would see our violent crime cut in half.
If she applied for a low-level job at the State Department today, just a low-level job, she couldn't even get a security clearance based on what she's done.
He said that the American people don't care about his tax returns. He clearly has something to hide. We don't know exactly what it is, but we're getting better guesses about what it probably is.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. You heard a bite from Eddie Johnson, both in Mike Scott's newscast and at the top here, about if we had gun laws like New York or LA, we'd see a decline in crime. We're going to explore that further with Chicago Police Chief Eddie Johnson at 8:38. So you want to
basically, and it was in reference because NBC News had a piece last night featuring our 500th murder so far this year.
Yeah,
I mean it's another black eye for the city of Chicago. It's got to stop, and Superintendent Johnson said, look, in New York and L.A., if you possess an illegal weapon, you go to jail for 3.5 years. In Chicago, if you're caught with an illegal weapon, it's 1 year in prison or 1 year in jail. So he said that's one of the reasons why there's escalating violence and a high murder rate.
That's a small part of it. I mean, I stiffer sentences, would that be more of a deterrent, perhaps, for gangbangers who are committing most of these crimes? 1 year to 3 years. Does that stop their violent activity and furtherance of the drug trade?
And they also said we're different than L.A. and New
Probably
York
not.
because we have poor and more segregated neighborhoods.
Now we're
New
getting
York and
somewhere, aren't
LA.
we? Now we're getting somewhere. The segregation, de facto segregation of the city of Chicago. Now we're getting somewhere. So we're going to explore all of those issues with Eddie Johnson, 838, so you want to tune in for that.
And you're going to love this part. Kevin Tibbles from NBC News asked Mayor Emanuel for a comment, and he said that he's working out a plan and he'll get back to him in 2 weeks.
Well, he's only
Not
had-
kidding, because how many more people are going to be murdered between now and 2 weeks from now?
Well, he's only had 6 years.
I know.
Isn't
that crazy?
mean, in Illinois, we give people that are Chicago Democrats in charge of major units of government, we give them 30, 35, 40-year probationary periods. So, I mean, Rahm Emanuel, Tiny Dancer, it's just at the beginning of his probationary period. 6 years in, I mean, that's just a blink of an eye to the electorate in Chicago, apparently. Another story that is Chicago-related, certainly impactful, it's located in Chicago. The for-profit Illinois Institute of Illinois...
ITT?
ITT. Why can't
Come on, you know me. Isn't that ITT?
Isn't that OPP?
I'm just trying to help you.
Yeah, thank you.
Because you're a man of the song. So I thought maybe
That's
if you
true.
Rhymed
Yeah,
in the song.
so that does help.
Yes.
Naughty by Nature is closing, as is ITT. They're both suspending operations. 40,000 students, 8,000 employees of ITT Educational Services announced yesterday. ITT announced yesterday it's going to close in response to heightened security from the federal government. What does that mean?
What does that mean?
ITT's decision to close 130 campuses comes after the Education Department barred new enrollees from tapping federal aid, delayed loan and reimbursements, and raised its collateral requirement by $153 million.
Now, why would the government get involved in ITT college campuses?
According to the details of the federal scrutiny that ITT referenced, the Securities and Exchange Commission, Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, that was once headed by Pocahontas, essentially suggesting that they were moving on ITT to protect students and taxpayers, even though the allegations from those regulatory agencies involve ITT's private loan program. Many ITT students won't be able to transfer to other schools, and the college's closure means that nearly $500 million in student debt could be wiped out. ITT has only put up about $90 million in collateral to cover discharged loans, taxpayers on the hook for the rest.
Oh. So these students can't even transfer their credits?
It's not clear, to me at least from what I've read, how that will work. But here's something that's interesting. Just in terms of these for-profit colleges, which like the likes of Dick Durbin like to attack, right? The Clintons to some extent too, except for one, Laureate International Universities. Laureate International Universities, for-profit college, paid Bill Clinton $17.6 million to serve as its honorary chancellor.
How much?
$17.6 million between 2010 and 2015. Laureate International has also donated between $1 million and $5 million to the Clinton Foundation. The company's founder, Doug Becker, contributed $2,700 to Mrs. Clinton's current presidential campaign. The Washington Post reported on Tuesday that Mr. Clinton's consulting duties for Laureate International Universities were redacted from his publicly released contract, but part of his job involved speechifying, hobnobbing with foreign dignitaries, lending his credibility to recruit students, and protect the company from regulatory attacks, if you will. There's more. Post also reports that Mrs. Clinton requested that a Laureate International representative be invited to a State Department dinner in 2009.
Oh, looky here.
As the Wall
Okay.
Street Journal opines, Laureate is invited to a State Department dinner while the rest of the for-profit industry was on the administration's menu. Because it was the fastest growing college network in the world and founded by Mr. Becker, who, quote, Bill likes a lot. Laureate has 87 campuses in 28 countries, most in the developing world, so the State Department's imprimatur could be useful. The Obama administration's college scorecard shows that its 5 U.S. campuses, this is Laureate's, have graduation rates comparable to ITT's. And actually, the student debt levels are higher than ITT schools. A report by the Senate Education Committee in 2012 found that Laureate devoted more of its resources to marketing and profit, 54%, than the industry average, 42%. So, why the disparate treatment and regulatory interest in, say, ITT as part of general regulatory interest in the for-profit college space by this regime and its appendages? Why the interest in ITT when, according to the metrics, they should be at least as interested in Laureate International Universities? What's the difference, I wonder?
The Clintons' involvement.
The $17.6 million they paid to Bill Clinton. So, again, I mean, just another example of how the Clintons work, their tentacles, their impact on lives. You think it's a positive impact? Boy, I don't know. We certainly see disparate impact, and we certainly see similarly situated companies and individuals being treated very differently based on their financial support, personally and politically, of the Clintons. And that's somebody you want to elevate to the White House? You want to see this scaled internationally more so than it already has been with Hillary Clinton in the Oval Office? I mean, how much evidence do we need to understand how these people work?
Not much more.
Let's go to Zach in Westmont. You're on Chicago's Morning Answer. Hey, Zach.
Hey, good morning. So I called in right as you guys were talking about guns. You switched it over to Clint.
Oh, well, we can talk about guns.
I'll be really quick. But the only thing I wanted to say is, as far as like the people getting in trouble with guns, getting caught with guns that should not have them, i.e., the FOID card holders that are carrying stolen guns, rubbed off serial numbers, or something like that, or not even FOID card holders. Yes, their punishment should be a lot greater than 1 year. I carry a CCW, and people like that are just giving the left ammunition to come against me for not allowing me to carry my weapon anymore. And I mean, that's just my belief.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Zach. Eric in McHenry.
Hey, there's another angle to the ITT thing, which people are probably not picking up on. I worked in the tech sector for a long time. I hired a lot of ITT grads because they learned technical skills. They learned programming. They learned network management, all these high-dollar skills. By getting rid of that school, you're now going to increase the market for H-1B visa candidates because they're going to be looking for people outside the country getting those skills at other schools because they won't have the ability to get the training here in the States.
Oh, that's an interesting point. Yeah, I hadn't thought about that angle. Thanks for the call, Eric. Appreciate that. So ITT, right, in Carmel, Indiana, that's where it's based, but it's, again, campuses
all over the country.
Right.
And the most student loan debt is in the state of California, $171 million, which the Secretary of Education came out yesterday and said that federal debt, student loans could be wiped away, discharged, and if you want to continue at a different, your credits do transfer in certain cases. So that's a little bit of hope for them.
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one, Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
Big story.
ITT.
ITT. Got it? And HOT is what we're going to have today. The heat index, anywhere between 100 to 104 degrees today. We're going to have a shower or thunderstorm likely in spots this afternoon. And then tonight, heavy thunderstorms rolling through here that can bring some flooding and damaging winds. And tomorrow, a morning shower in spots, otherwise clouds breaking for some sun. Humid again, a high in the mid to upper 80s. How's the outbound Kennedy doing? Here's Jim Telemonte with the answer.
Thanks, Amy. Well, some travel times really high, too, though. The outbound Kennedy's not bad right now. There were some big delays a couple of hours ago to do overnight construction, but now it's just a little slow Foster to Sayre, about 23 minutes downtown to O'Hare, inbound 25, but the big delays are on the eastbound Adams Tollway from Elmhurst Road onto the Kennedy. It's due to a crash before Cumberland in the left lane. I-57 is a complete mess. The left lane is closed from Halstead up to the right at 95th for work on the CTA station there. It's 50 minutes from I-80 to the merge. Delays start at Dixie Highway outbound, a delay-free 15 minutes. Bishop Ford is affected too. It's 30 minutes, 80-94 to the Ryan. Inbound Edens has a 2-minute delay, Devon to the junction. The Eisenhower very slow, starting at Wolf Road. 50 minutes, Thorndale to downtown, outbound 38. Stevenson, 42 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Jim Talamonte in the AM 560 Traffic Center.
You've heard me talk about how your business can profit from having an updated phone system at zero cost. The truth is, an outdated system can mean lost revenue. That's why AM 560 chooses to work with Innovative Networks. They excel at providing innovative solutions to reinforce your company's phone infrastructure and enhance call flow. We appreciate how comprehensive, diligent, and cost-effective Innovative Networks was in providing network solutions that scale as our business expands. Not only can they replace your outdated phone system at no cost, Innovative Networks will provide hands-on training to maximize your capabilities. You'll save money and be more focused on growing your business. AM 560 is thrilled with Innovative Networks, so follow our lead and call Innovative Networks at 312-889-9090. They're A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. Call 312-889-9090 or visit go4inet.com. That's go4inet.com.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
About 6 years ago, I was diagnosed with congestive heart failure. I went from being able to work 14, 16 hours a day with no problem to where I could barely walk a block to the store without having to stop and rest. I went on to the phytonutrients about 6 months ago, and within a couple of months, my medical doctor had cut my prescriptions down in a little bit smaller dosage. The next time I went back a month later, I walked into the doctor's office and he says, "My gosh, what's happened to you? You don't even look like the same person." He looked at my legs and the swelling had gone down. My blood pressure was down. The venous stasis ulcers that I had had on my legs for the last 4 or 5 years because of the poor circulation were all healed, and I'm feeling far better.
Call now to find out how to get your free month's supply of Balance of Nature. Call 800-2468-751 or go online to balanceofnature.com.
Use promo code Chicago.
Hey, no matter who wins the presidential race, this is the most unusual election in our lifetimes. One candidate is an egomaniacal, scandal-plagued celebrity who can't go a day without spouting falsehoods. The other is a reality TV star. Good grief. So laugh, don't cry by spending an evening with acclaimed author and humorist P.J. O'Rourke and Friends of Liberty from across America at the Heartland Institute's 32nd anniversary benefit dinner. For over 3 decades, the Heartland Institute has worked to advance free markets and individual liberty, and P.J. O'Rourke has kept America laughing while advancing these principles.
Freedom of speech is important. If you have anything to say, I checked on the internet. Nobody does.
Hear PJ's unique and hilarious perspective on the election of our lifetimes. Call 312-377-4000 or visit heartland.org. This can't-miss event is September 15th in Palatine. That's 312-377-4000. Do it now.
No matter what type of business you're in, having a strong business banking partnership can help your bottom line. I'm Jeff Boundy, president of Cornerstone National Bank and Trust Company. We strongly believe that trust, service, and relationship are the cornerstone of a successful business banking partnership. Customers like Dr. Steichen of Northwest Oral and Maxillofacial Surgery agree.
Hi, my name is Dr. Michael Steichen of Northwest Oral and Maxillofacial Surgery in Arlington Heights, Elgin, and Lake Zurich. As an oral surgeon and business owner, I recognize the importance of relationships. I need a bank that responds quickly and creatively and understands the unique needs of healthcare practices. Cornerstone has been a valuable business partner, has helped me grow my practice and seize opportunities as they come up. Whether it's a line of credit, financing equipment, or real estate, Cornerstone is there for me.
Thank you, Doctor. Please visit cornerstonenb.com, or I invite you to give me a call at 847-654-3000 to explore a business banking partnership.
Equal Opportunity Lender. Member FDIC.
AM 560. The Answer.
There it is, your personal anthem, Amy. Deanna and Amy, author James Patterson. You know James Patterson.
Oh, yeah. He's coming out with this new documentary series, Murder of a Small Town.
That's right.
Can't wait to see it.
About a couple of communities in Florida, 2 rural communities in Florida. He writes fiction featuring psychologist Alex Cross, if you've read any of James Patterson's work. And he spews fiction when it comes to the Castro brothers in Cuba. So he was on CBS Morning News to talk about his documentary that you mentioned and to talk about what's happening in small-town rural America.
Yeah, and how we're allegedly not feeding or educating or offering basic needs to our residents, to Americans.
The documentary sounds very much like the movie that's out, Hell or High Water, with Jeff Bridges and Chris Pine, which I do recommend. That takes place in West Texas. This documentary, as I said, in Florida. But here's James Patterson trying to explain what's happening in rural, small-town America by comparison to Cuba.
This is what's going on in this country. Once again, you've got the richest country in the world unable to take care of basics. I mean, we were down in Cuba a couple of months ago, and there's a lot of poverty there, too. People don't make a lot of money, but everybody gets fed, everybody gets health care, everybody gets educated. I think in this country, we should at least be able to take care of the basics. So we're doing a bad job in that area.
Yeah.
Really bad.
Does he have any inkling or knowledge of the history of Cuba?
Well, how about the president of Cuba? You get your basics taken care of. You just happen to be in a gulag while you're doing it.
And you can't, in any money you make, you have to give to the government. Okay.
Well, there's so much wrong with that statement, and it certainly follows along the lines of the left, the same leftists who were proclaiming Venezuela an economic miracle only a couple of years ago. Go read places like Slate magazine. And now you have
people eating stray cats and dogs and squirrels and
hunting zoo animals for food.
Yeah.
You have a country that can't afford to print its money. You have a country that's descended into total chaos. A country destroyed by the ravages of dictatorship. Well, the same thing is in Cuba. They've just papered over it and have snookered the likes of James Patterson and Michael Moore and the President of the United States, these bloodthirsty dictators that are the Castro brothers, murderers, despots. And talking about providing the basics, you go look at the basics they provide. Go really look at it. Not just believe the communist propaganda coming out of Havana, James Patterson, you simpleton. Go look. I'd encourage people, go check out the realcuba.com website. The free healthcare, they've got pictures on that website.
What is it, Real Cuba?
TheRealCube.com. They've got pictures of the healthcare that's provided in Cuba. They detail the education system in Cuba, where you're trained to be a spy for the communist dictatorship, ratting out your parents like they did in the Eastern Bloc in East Germany. The lives of others kind of culture, totalitarianism. Not to mention the subjugation of people, and who, as you said, controlled in your economic interests is to be controlled in everything, and that's what you are in Cuba, controlled in everything. And James Patterson is suggesting that we model ourselves after Cuba. Oh, by the way, yes, we have poverty in this country. And we also have the most expansive welfare state in the world. How many different food support programs do we have? Now, yes, the number of people on food stamps has dramatically increased under the present president's regime. Maybe that says something about his policies and less about the failure of America to provide for those who can't provide for themselves. Maybe it's a consideration of a culture that outsources its responsibility to be its brother's keeper to the government. And the left that promotes that big government is the provider of all philosophy, so as to crowd out the individual and individual initiative and private action, because dependency is the route to power. It's the route to power in Cuba, and it's the route to power in the United States. Maybe James Patterson would like to consider some of those factoids in his assessment of what's happening in rural America as compared to totalitarian communist dictatorships.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook. or read about it in the paper. Hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Attention market watchers. Until recently, the market hadn't seen back-to-back days of 500-point losses since November of 2008. What if you had no market exposure? What if you didn't have to worry about the markets? How would you sleep? Leave the volatility behind. Hi, this is Jack Taboda. Our proprietary income strategies provide reliable, inflation-protected income, guaranteed for life, with no market exposure. Call me at 630-777-7955. That's 630-777-7955. You've worked hard to build your wealth. I work hard to protect it. 630-777-7955.
Insurance products may be presented and guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the insurance company represented. Securities offered through ProEquities Inc., a registered broker-dealer and member FINRA SIPC. Advisory services offered through Harvest Investment Services LLC, a registered investment advisor. Taboda and Associates and Harvest Investment Services LLC are independent of ProEquities Inc.
It's time to gear up for fall at John Deere with a new compact utility tractor. Get 0% financing for 60 months, big implement bonuses, and our free 6-year powertrain warranty on versatile, easy-to-use John Deere compact tractors. It's time to gear up today and save. Offer ends October 28, 2016, subject to approved installment credit with John Deere Financial. Terms, conditions, exclusions, and warranty limitations apply. See dealer for details.
Visit Frontier Lawn and Rec, located in Michigan City, or find us at myjohndeeredealer.com.
No matter what kind of allergy day you're having, relief can be yours with Nasacort Allergy 24-Hour. Its prescription-strength medicine effectively relieves your worst nasal allergy symptoms, including congestion, for 24 hours. Nasacort has no harsh taste, is non-drowsy, and non-addictive. Unlike Flonase, Nasacort is scent and alcohol-free. For effective nasal allergy relief, choose Nasacort. It's guaranteed relief or your money back. Details at nasacort.com. Use as directed.
AM 560, The Answer.
Nice.
Oh, sailing.
Coming up
Not
on
to Havana.
Yeah, no, not anytime soon. Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Is this the Flight 93 election? We'll have it at 6:36.
But first, let's go into the newsroom and say hello once again to our good friend Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, good morning. Good morning, everyone. 77 degrees outside. The Obama administration apparently sent Iran more than $1 billion in cash after 4 American hostages were released. That money is in addition to the $400 million delivered immediately after the men were freed in January. It's in the Wall Street Journal report this morning that the 2 plane loads of cash were sent to Iran in the 2.5 weeks after the release. The administration told Congress about those cash deliveries yesterday. As Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump prepare to take part in the first ever Commander-in-Chief Forum, both White House hopefuls are taking shots at each other on national security. On the campaign trail yesterday, Trump said during a speech, if elected, he'll give his generals 30 days to submit a plan for soundly and quickly defeating ISIS.
To every American who has been waiting for real change, your wait is over. Your moment of liberation is at hand.
Hillary Clinton says Trump is keeping something from the American people by not turning over tax returns.
He clearly has something to hide. We don't know exactly what it is, but we're getting better guesses.
Clinton and Trump again preparing to take part in that first ever Commander-in-Chief Forum tonight on the NBC family of networks. A Zika virus funding bill stuck solid in the Senate. More than $1 billion in money in that bill. It failed to reach a 60-vote threshold to move forward. Democrats are objecting to parts of that bill that places some restrictions on Planned Parenthood. Florida Republican Senator Marco Rubio backs the bill.
President Obama made an emergency spending request of $1.9 billion. I supported that request. The vast majority of Congress, for political reasons, did not.
President Obama asked for emergency funding to combat the Zika virus in February. A U.S. hockey coach is vowing to bench any players who decide to protest during any national anthem during the upcoming World Cup of Hockey. USA hockey coach John Tortorella telling ESPN that if any of his players sit on the bench during any anthem, they'll sit there for the rest of the game. Chicago's top police officer says the departments are doing all they can to combat rising violence in the city. Superintendent Eddie Johnson said yesterday that things will not change until the state passes tougher sentencing laws for repeat gun offenders. Again, Johnson will address those issues here on AM 560 with Dan and Amy in our 8 o'clock hour. Authorities say a Glendale Heights bank robbery suspect is also wanted in 5 other bank robberies. A man held up a Chase Bank yesterday morning on Bloomingdale Road in Glendale Heights. And Illinois farmers tell us it's shaping up to be a much better year for their pumpkin patch. Growing conditions have been favorable for this year's pumpkin crop, whether the pumpkins are being grown for consumption or for simple Halloween carving. In 2015, heavy June rains drowned the pumpkin vines in the state. That led to a dismal harvest. Jim Ackerman is with the Agricultural Management Group for Libby's Canning in Morton. That's Peoria. He's seeing an average to above average yield. Most of the nation's canning pumpkins are grown near Peoria. Chicago sports, Jason Hamill and the Cubs routed by Milwaukee, 12-5 last night. Sox over Detroit, 2-0. The news service of TrueCar. Save time, save money. Downloading TrueCar's mobile app. Configure the new car you want. See what others paid for it and get guaranteed savings. TrueCar users save, on average, over $3,000 off MSRP. Save time, money. Download the TrueCar app today. 6:35, a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
The clock is ticking. The most important political event of the year comes to Chicago on October 29th. It's Freedom Summit 2016, featuring Lieutenant Colonel Allen West, Michelle Malkin, AM 560's Mike Gallagher, Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson, and Joe Walsh. And just added, Dr. Sebastian Gorka, author of Defeating Jihad. Tickets start at just $39 and are available at freedomsummitchicago.com. That's freedomsummitchicago.com. Sponsored in part by Image One, the Heartland Institute, and by The Range at 355.
Remodel your kitchen with Galaxy. Buy one cabinet and get one free with free financing and design services. Call 773-783-8300.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing, independently owned business bank. Signature Bank listens to your story, learns about your business, and sticks with their customers. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
Hi, I'm Brian Duncan, co-founder of Signature Bank. Born and raised in Chicagoland, my partners and I knew this city needed a locally owned business bank. As fellow entrepreneurs, we know the challenges facing businesses, and we are invested in our customers' success. We are here to build mutually beneficial, long-term, lasting relationships with our customers. We look forward to helping our customers reach their goals every day, and we are here to see them succeed. At Signature Bank, you work directly with decision makers who understand your business and can deliver on their promises.
Signature Bank is looking for their next success story. Learn more about turning your business vision into reality. Visit signature-bank.com. Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
A couple years ago, I had a severe accident which disabled my right hand and caused chronic pain. I did not want to deal with the side effects of pain meds. There is absolutely no reason to suffer. There are ways to find a solution and get off the drugs. I definitely believe Dr. Candido found that for me, and immediately, he sat down with me, really wanted to find the source of the pain and really fix me. I've seen many doctors in my lifetime, obviously with this accident, but I have to say Dr. Kenneth Candido, he cares about me. It's changed my life. I absolutely would recommend Dr. Kenneth Candido. There is a light at the end of the tunnel.
This is Ken Candido of Chicago Anesthesia Pain Specialists. If you or someone you love or someone you know has chronic pain, contact us. Treating chronic pain issues is what we do. We can make it better. Get an appointment and let's talk. MyPainChicago.com, MyPainChicago.com. All the info is available at MyPainChicago.com. Let's make you pain-free.
6:38. Check of the roads in our AM 560 traffic center with Jim Talamonte.
Like it's slow going on the eastbound Adams Tollway from Bartlett Road to before Roselle, then jammed. Elmhurst Road onto the Kennedy before Cumberland, where a crash now has 2 left lanes blocked. It's a huge backup. Then past that on the Kennedy, slow Harlem to Lawrence and Addison to downtown, 32 minutes. O'Hare to the Burn Circle outbound, it's 40 minutes. And there's I-57. Avoid it if at all possible on the inbound side. Packed solid from the Tri-State to the Ryan. The left lane is closed from Holston to 95th for CTA station work. 55 minutes I-80 to the merge. Bishop Ford at 30 minutes. Eden's 24 minutes. Lake Hook to the junction, outbound 19. The Eisenhower, 56 minutes, Thorndale to downtown, outbound 41. The Stevenson, 45 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Northbound Tri-State stop and go Southwest Highway to 31st, and from the Reagan Tollway to Grand Avenue. Traffic service of Accountemps. Find your accounting team short-staffed? At Accountemps, they offer professional temporary accounting and finance support when your employees head out for vacation. Call today or visit Accountemps.com. Accountemps are Robert Half Company. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center, providing the right climate for business since 1935. Sunny, breezy, warm, and humid, and could have a shower thunderstorm around this afternoon. High 89, currently 77. Next news is at 7. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Saul Z and the Z Team Realty. They guarantee to sell your home in 59 days or they'll sell it for free. Log on to callsaul.net for details.
See Alan West and Michelle Malkin at Freedom Summit Chicago 2016. Tickets are on sale now at freedomsummitchicago.com.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. So remember the piece we've talked about a couple times on this show, and we also had the author, Rusty Reno, the left's bigot baiting. This is what the left does, solidarity and marginality. You create these victim classes, and then you create solidarity amongst these classes of individuals based on a perceived marginalization by the man, if you will. And the man, of course, is the white man. And so everything is about victimization at the hands of bigots. People who disagree with you don't just disagree with you. They're not trying to get to the same place. They just have a different way. They're bigots, bigot baiting. And that's what the left does. That's what Hillary Clinton is doing most of this campaign cycle. Well, this piece rivals that piece in terms of its importance this election cycle. This is from the Claremont Review of Books. The Flight 93 election. It's written under the pseudonym Publius Decius Mus, which is a reference to a Roman consul from about 2,300 years ago. And if I was about to make the following metaphor, I would go right under a pseudonym too. The question is 2016 the Flight 93 election? Ooh.
Ow.
Here's the author.
Okay, let me hear it.
Here's the metaphor. Charge the cockpit or you die. You may die anyway. You or the leader of your party may make it into the cockpit and not know how to fly or land the plane. There are no guarantees except one. If you don't try, death is certain. To compound the metaphor, a Hillary Clinton presidency is Russian roulette with a semi-auto. With Trump, at least you can spin the cylinder and take your chances. Certain death or, a possibility to survive. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. 64636DA, turnkey.pro text line. Is that your rather dreary assessment of this presidential contest?
And then September 11th is obviously just a few days away. Is that disrespectful to those who lost their lives? Is that disrespectful to Todd Beamer, who said, let's roll?
It's an aggressive
one of the
metaphor.
People who took down the plane.
Well,
44 people died, including crew members and those 4 monstrous hijackers. But I think the hyperbole is a little too much for me personally.
It's a little bit aggressive, I agree. But interestingly, the author goes on to make a rather compelling case for Trump. It's not as dreary as that metaphor would suggest. He really tackles as a conservative, so stated, the conservative movement. One of the paradoxes, he writes, there are so many, of conservative thought over the last decade at least, is the unwillingness to even entertain the possibility that America and the West are on a trajectory towards something very bad. On the one hand, conservatives routinely present a litany of ills plaguing the body politic: illegitimacy, crime, massive, expensive, intrusive, out-of-control government, politically correct McCarthyism, ever higher taxes, and so forth. And at the same time, they spend several $100 million a year on think tanks, magazines, conferences, fellowships, and such, complaining about this, that, or everything, and yet these same conservatives are at root keepers of the status quo. Oh, sure, they want some things to change. They want their pet ideas adopted. But do they get to the heart of our problems? if conservatives are right about the importance of virtue, morality, faith, stability, character, and so on, then do they not see that something fundamental has to occur? So the author asks, what explains the Pollyanna-ish declinism that things are really bad, but not so bad we have to consider anything really different? He's kind of this contradiction. If you say all of these systems are failing and incapable of succeeding at ever-increasing costs and at the expense of ever-encroaching, with ever-encroaching government at the expense of individual freedom, then how can you suggest that I'm going to take 8 years off? I'm willing to risk 8 years of Hillary Clinton. I want to tinker at the margins. This is what he's asking. If you genuinely think things can go on with no fundamental change needed, then you have implicitly admitted that conservatism is wrong. If you things can go on after you've assessed the problem and the state of affairs, and things can go on more or less as they have been going, and somehow the latest point in time is always going to be the most advanced, which is really the philosophy of the left, not true, then you've implicitly admitted conservatism is wrong. So which is it? He writes, all of Trump's 16 Republican competitors would have ensured more of the same, as will the election of Hillary Clinton. That would be bad enough. But at least Republicans are merely reactive when it comes to wholesale cultural and political change. Their opposition may be in all cases ineffectual and often indistinguishable from support, but they don't dream up inanities like 32 genders, elective bathrooms, single payer, Iran sycophancy, Islamophobia, and Black Lives Matter. They merely help ratify them. And to me, this is the distillation of Trump and the support for Trump and Trump's surprising primary victory is that the Republicans and conservatives within the Republican power structure have, as the author writes, merely helped ratify all the inanities dreamed up by the left in advance of their big invading, in advance of their solidarity through solidarity in marginality, which has been their formula for winning national elections. And they've been, quite successful over the last 2 and 4 of the last 6. Does the author have a point about where conservatism is and those never Trumpers? Because that's who he's talking about.
That's who he's reaching out to.
Well, he's
but he loses
criticizing
me on the metaphor of Flight 93.
Well,
maybe he had that headline to get our attention.
Well, he certainly got it. Yeah, there's no question. I mean, he says
still it's insensitive.
Well, he says 3 questions matter. Look, first, how bad are things really? What do we do right now, and what should we do for the long term? He suggests that that one of the problems is you have a conservative power structure in some of those think tanks and organizations that he references generically that are like the Washington Generals. What do we have? I mean, he kind of invokes the Trump rhetorical question to black families. What do you have to lose?
Right.
This is what Publius Decius Mus writes. So what do we have to lose by fighting back, conservatives? Only our Washington Generals jerseys and paychecks. But those are going away anyway. Among the many things the right still doesn't understand is that the left has concluded that this particular show need not go on any longer. They don't need a foil anymore and would rather dispense with the whole bother of staging these phony contests in which each side ostensibly has a shot. If you haven't noticed, our side has been losing consistently since '88. We can win midterms, but we do nothing with them. Call ours Hannibalic victories. After the Carthaginians' famous slaughter of a Roman army at Cannae, he failed to march on an undefended Rome, prompting his cavalry commander to complain, you know how to win a victory, but not how to use one. And isn't that the lament of conservatives with the Republican Congress over the last couple of cycles? And frankly, previously, even during the Clinton years with the Gingrich Revolution. Mark in Bartlett, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, Dan. Hey, Amy. I love the show. Dan, I want to say it's great to have someone as sharp as you who can speak as lucidly about all these events, and be able to listen to you every day. I really appreciate that.
Thank you.
I wanted to say I think the Flight 93 thing is a little extreme, but
yes.
I just wanted to tell you I have a 10-year-old and a 12-year-old at home, and they hear things in school. And I was, for the longest time, thinking, I can't vote for anybody this cycle because you can't vote for Hillary because she's a liar, and I can't vote for Trump because of what an idiot he appears to be. But I found a way to do it, and that is to look at the election with everything that's at stake right now, with the Supreme Court and Hillary's lies and what we know she's going to do, to imagine a game of five-card draw, and you have 2 3s and 2 2s, and you know the other person has 3 kings. Your only option is to draw, looking for that 1 in 6 or so chance that you get the winning hand, because if you don't draw, you lose. And imagine that everything you have and that you own is in the pot in the middle.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Mark.
With Hillary Clinton, you know what you're going to get. With Donald Trump, it's just, for me, another 8-year experiment that we just went through with Barack Obama.
Well,
but Donald Trump, yesterday he came out. He has a plan for the first 100 days in office. He said he's going to surround himself with generals and give them 30 days to come up with a plan to defeat ISIS. So again, do you want more of the same with Hillary Clinton, or do you want to try something new with Donald Trump? And do you trust him to keep his temper intact and again surround himself with people who know about national security, who know how Congress works? And he found that, I think, in Mike Pence.
And the Never Trumpers, there's a message. I'm referencing the same piece. Trump's vulgarity is, in fact, a godsend to the conservatives. It allows them to hang their public opposition on his obvious shortcomings and to ignore or downplay his far greater strengths, which should even be more obvious, but in corrupt times can be deliberately obscured by constant references to his faults. The left would make the campaign all about the latter. The left would make the campaign all about the latter is to be expected. Why would the right? Why would the right? And he goes back to the Washington Generals references of their kind of paychecks and livelihoods and stature is on the line. That's part of it. And concludes with the interesting observation. We've established that most conservative anti-Trumpites are, in the Orwellian sense, objectively pro-Hillary. What about the rest of you? If you recognize the threat she poses but somehow can't stomach him, have you thought about the longer term? The possibilities would seem to be Caesarism, secession, collapse, or managerial Davos-y liberalism as far as the eye can see, which, since nothing human lasts forever, at some point will give way to one of the other three. And I suppose for those who like to pour a tall one and dream big of a second American Revolution that restores constitutionalism, limited government, and a 28% top marginal rate. But for those of you who are sober, can you sketch a more plausible long-term future than the prior 4 following a Trump defeat? I can't either.
Connect with Dan and Amy on the AM 560 The Answer mobile app. Just text the word app to 64636 to download the app today.
Heat and humidity, the heat index today anywhere from 100 to 104 degrees out, and we'll have a shower or thunderstorm in the afternoon. Tonight, showers and a heavy thunderstorm likely that can bring some flooding and high winds. And tomorrow morning, you will be greeted with a shower in spots. Otherwise, clouds breaking for some sun. Still warm, still humid, and a high in the mid to upper 80s. Let's see how the eastbound Jane Addams is shaping up. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. It is improving. A crash on the inbound Kennedy before Cumberland has just cleared, but it's still a very heavy delay. It's slow first, 59 before Roselle, then jammed, bussy onto the Kennedy, where again that crash before Cumberland is now gone. Inbound I-57, it is just a mess from the Tri-State to the Ryan, where the left lane is blocked for work on the new CTA terminal at 95th. It's 55 minutes. I-80 to the merge, Bishop Ford at 30 minutes. Eden's 30 minutes, Lake Hook to the junction, outbound 22. The Kennedy, 32 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, outbound 40. The Eisenhower, an hour and 7 minutes already, from Thorndale to downtown, outbound 46 minutes. The Stevenson, an hour and 2 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 45 minutes. The Ryan, 25 minutes, 95th to the Loop. And the northbound Tri-State, also brutal. It's about really slow from 111 to 31st. Big delays there, and from the Reagan Tollway to Grand Avenue. Jim Talamonte in the AM 560 Traffic Center.
I'm Lou Dobbs. Canadian auto workers targeting General Motors. A congressional subcommittee to hear Fed testimony on monetary policy and exports fell in August. Those stories next.
Bill Bennett here to tell you about Augusta Precious Metals. The stock market crash of 2008
wiped out as much as 50% of IRA or 401k accounts. Can you afford to lose again if the next crash comes? What if you could store your IRA or 401k where you can see, touch, and hold it in your hands? Well, with the Augusta Gold and Silver IRA, you can transfer retirement savings into physical coins and store them where you can actually hold them in your hands, where you can get your gold fast in a disaster. Call Augusta Precious Metals today at 855-222-6993 and receive a free gold and silver IRA guide. There is no obligation. It's rated A+ with the Better Business Bureau. Augusta Precious Metals enjoys a 98% 5-star customer satisfaction rating with TrustLink.org. Trust Augusta. Call Augusta Precious Metals today at 855-222-6993. That's 855-222-6993. 855-222-6993.
Plenty of economic activity on tap today, including congressional testimony by Kansas City Federal Reserve President Esther George at a hearing on monetary policy. Also ahead, the Mortgage Bankers Association reporting on new mortgage applications, and Gallup's Job Creation Index will be released. Canadian auto workers have chosen General Motors as a potential strike target in their contract talks with the Big Three. The Canadian Union's contract with GM, Ford, and Fiat Chrysler expires September 19th. The Institute for Supply Management says services companies grew last month at the slowest pace in more than 6 years, and export orders fell in August, new orders up more slowly. Please join me for Lou Dobbs tonight, 7 and 11 Eastern on the Fox Business Network. This is the Lou Dobbs Financial Report.
Hey, have you waited to buy a MyPillow? Well, guess what? You're in luck. When you buy one premium MyPillow, you still get the second for free, but you'll also receive 2 additional Go Anywhere MyPillows. So you're actually getting 2 premium and 2 Go Anywhere MyPillows for the price of only 1. It is the best offer ever. Nearly every AM 560 host endorses MyPillow because it is the best pillow. I'm addicted to mine. And the National Sleep Foundation agrees because they made it their official pillow. It's washable to remove all that icky stuff, that causes allergies, acne, and asthma. So it's a great health investment, and I guarantee you'll sleep better. If not, 60-day full money-back guarantee. Here's what you do. Visit MyPillow.com, click the radio listener special tab, and use the promo code Amy. 2 premium MyPillows plus 2 Go Anywhere pillows for the price of 1. Or call 800-489-0201. Mention the radio listener special and use the promo code Amy. That's MyPillow.com or 800-489-0201.
Here's microbiologist Dr. Kim O'Neill talking about balance of nature.
Scientific research has shown that many cancers and lifestyle diseases can be prevented with a diet rich in fruits and vegetables. This prevention comes from the phytochemicals in the plants. They fight against oxidants that damage the cell's DNA, causing mutations that lead to disease. I don't take any supplementation, but I take Balance of Nature because I know, I've seen it in my lab, and I know that it works. I've seen the immune response increase, I've seen your DNA repair capacity increase, and I've seen DNA protection. And that, to me, as a scientist, rings so true, and it's only natural.
Call now to find out how to get your free month's supply of Balance of Nature. Call 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com.
Use promo code Chicago.
Lately, it seems you're not feeling quite right, as if your body is working against you. Dr. Amy and Associates can help create a path to achieve optimal health. Experience personalized health care for your mind, body, and spirit at a practice that blends holistic and traditional medicine.
Dr. Amy has really helped me. After experiencing a divorce in my 50s, I wasn't sure how to handle the stress and changes I was about to encounter. I needed to find a new profession since my ex-husband and I had worked together at our own company, plus there were other challenges with our own grown kids, family, and friends. It was wonderful to have Dr. Amy's guidance through this difficult situation. She kept me on track and assured me I was thinking correctly. She made a very hard time easier, and I will forever be grateful. If you're going through some hard life struggles, I would highly recommend Dr. Amy and Associates.
Call Dr. Amy and Associates to experience a whole person integrative approach to health and wellness. 630-980-1400 or visit dramyandassociates.com. Dr. Amy and Associates, empowering people, changing lives.
Do you think identity theft is only when someone adds charges to your credit card? It's actually when someone pretends to be you to open new accounts in your name or any number of bad things. LifeLock can help. We use proprietary technology to alert you to a huge range of identity threats. And if you have a problem, we have a team of U.S.-based specialists who will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses. Membership starts at $9.99 a month, plus applicable taxes. Go to LifeLock.com and use promo code NEWS to get 10% off.
You're listening to the sound of an actual heart beating outside of a human body. Thanks to modern technology, a doctor can now keep a donor heart beating until it's ready to be transplanted into its recipient. Yet if our doctor wanted to transfer a phone call from her desk phone to her cell, she couldn't, because her phone system can't do that. At Vonage, we think it's about time business communications caught up. See what Vonage can do for your business at Vonage.com/it'sabouttime.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
We'll speak with Trump surrogate Scotty Neal Hughes in advance of tonight's Commander-in-Chief interview.
But first, into the newsroom we go. Here is Mike Scott.
Chicago's top cop calls for stricter gun laws. WIND Chicago News Time, 7 o'clock.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony.
The House of Representatives got to stand up for itself.
So Republican Jason Chaffetz will hold 2 hearings on Hillary Clinton's private emailing, 2 more while Secretary of State. The first is tomorrow. His concern thousands of emails deleted after Congress said preserve them.
These documents are destroyed using BleachBit, nonetheless, a tool to erase everything, and these are federal records that were under subpoena.
Donald Trump's calling it Watergate, but worse. Hillary Clinton says,
you know, the FBI resolved all of this. Their report answered all the questions. The findings included debunking his latest conspiracy theories.
The Democrat wants to focus on Trump not releasing his tax returns, saying he's hiding something. Funding the fight against Zika held up in the Senate again. Democrats blocked a $1.1 billion bill because it blocks money going to Planned Parenthood clinics in Puerto Rico. House Republicans will meet today to talk about funding the government beyond September, hoping to avert a shutdown.
The big question is how long lawmakers will agree to keep government funded. A group of conservatives want to extend government spending into next year, putting off a larger fight until a new Congress and presidents are in office. But Senate Democratic leader Harry Reid says his side will oppose any measure lasting beyond December.
That's Fox's Jared Halpern. President Obama still wants Congress to approve a controversial Pacific trade deal and TPP. He's in Laos, so is Fox's Alistair Wanklin, live in Vientiane.
Dave, he was speaking at a town hall-style forum. The president noted the Asia-focused free trade deal Trans-Pacific Partnership is held up, but he said it may clear Congress when the election's out of the way.
I believe that we'll get it done, but it's always going to be hard. Nothing's easy in the U.S. Congress right now.
Separately today, the president visited a charity in Vientiane that removes unexploded bombs from the Vietnam War. He said the U.S. has a moral obligation to help. Dave?
Alistair Newton is no longer a hurricane. A tropical storm will hit Arizona later. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Sunshine, 77 degrees. 7:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. Chicago's top police officer says his department is doing all it can to combat rising violence in the city, but Superintendent Eddie Johnson says things won't change until the state passes tougher sentencing laws for repeat gun offenders.
If we had the gun laws in Chicago that L.A. and New York have, we would see our violent crime cut in half.
Johnson will address questions from Dan and Amy this morning just after our 8:30 newscast. Classes resumed this week in the Chicago public schools, but a chance of a strike as early as next month is looming. AM 560's David Stewart has more.
Contract talks with the teachers union resume later this week. Union leaders have raised the possibility of a strike, but Union President Karen Lewis wouldn't make that prediction.
That's a decision that's made by our membership.
School CEO Forrest Claypool says he is hopeful teachers will accept their offer, including what he calls a generous raise.
And we're hoping they'll say yes to a raise.
The union says the offer amounts to a pay cut since it requires teachers to resume paying their full pension contribution. David Stewart, NBC News Radio, Chicago.
A Chicago man will be sentenced next month after being found guilty in a deadly Mount Vernon fire. Stephen Murphy was convicted yesterday in Jefferson County Court of murder and arson in the death of Tamara Malin. He was accused of killing the victim before setting her home on fire in southern Illinois last summer. Federal trial continues today for members of a Chicago super gang on charges of drug trafficking and criminal conspiracy. 5 members of the Hobos gang are accused of a laundry list of crimes. Prosecutors saying the Hobos were formed by leaders of several gangs that previously had been rivals, but have since joined forces. Brewers rout Jason Hammel and the Cubs 12-5. White Sox over Detroit 2-0. The news a service of Subway. Try a hot, delicious Subway breakfast sandwich built just the way you want it, like egg whites with cheese, tomato, and fresh spinach on toasted flatbread, and then customize it with jalapenos, cheese, fresh veggies, Black Forest ham, or steak. Subway Sandwich Shop, fresh is what we do. 7:04 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
When a politician says that they're going to raise taxes on small business, you need to realize that what they're saying is they're going to kill jobs.
The Dave Ramsey Show.
Because it's a very simple thing when you're running a small business. If you have your costs go up and you're in a business where you're competitive and you don't have the ability to raise your prices, then you simply cannot hire as many people. It's a very simple thing.
Dave Ramsey, weeknights starting at 7. Presented by Wintrust Community Bank on AM 560. The Answer.
I believe that God created music to connect our soul with heaven.
Critics are calling Hillsong Let Hope Rise a life-changing experience. An incredible film.
This is not about us. It's ultimately about God. You take him out of the equation, we've got nothing.
On September 16th.
Does everything make sense? Absolutely not. But more stuff doesn't make sense without him.
Prepare to have your heart lifted. Hillsong Let Hope Rise. Rated PG. Parental guidance suggested. In theaters September 16th.
Control, this is QL1. Everything looks good on my end. Prepping for liftoff. Over. One more thing, QL1. What's that, Control? You've been talking a lot about Rocket Mortgage by Quicken Loans lately. What would you say is the best reason to use it? Well, it's completely online. It's easy to use. You can get approved in minutes. It's convenient. You can share your pay stubs and bank statements at the touch of a button, so you get real numbers, not estimates. And hey, QL1, I asked for the best reason. Yeah, go ahead and pick one. Anyone. That's tough. They all sound great. I think you're finally getting it, Control. 3, 2, 1. Rocket Mortgage at QuickenLoans.com. Push button, get mortgage.
Rocket.
Visit for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLSConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
7:06, time to check the climate of your business with AirComfort.com, providing the right climate for business since 1935. Let's check our roads in the AM 560 Traffic Center with Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Inbound I-57 looks like a parking lot from the Tri-State to the Ryan, where the left lane is blocked for work on the CTA Red Line station at 95th. It is 55 minutes from I-80 to the Ryan. Bishop Ford better at 30 minutes. Eden's 30 minutes. Lake Cook to the Junction, outbound 22. The Kennedy, 42 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 48. The Eisenhower, an hour and 7 minutes. Thorndale to the post office, 50 minutes from Manheim, outbound 46 to Thorndale. Inbound Stevenson, delays start at Weber. It's an hour and 8 minutes. 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 45 minutes. Ryan, 25 minutes. 95th to the Loop. Northbound Tri-State, bumper to bumper from Cicero up to the Hinsdale Oasis and from the Reagan Tollway to the Grand Avenue Curve. Adams Tollway really slow, 31 to 25. Beverly to Roselle and Bussy onto the Kennedy. Reagan Tollway heavy from the Fox River to 59. Veterans Memorial stop and go Boughton to the Reagan Tollway and Army Trail to 290. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Here's our meteorologist, Kevin Snyder.
Breezy and humid with clouds and sun today with a shower thunderstorm in the area. High of 89, heat index readings of 96 to 101. Then later tonight, couple of showers and a heavy thunderstorm with good rain, flash, flooding, and damaging winds, low 74. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
78 at O'Hare. Next news, 7:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is sponsored by Black Rhino Concealment, local makers of the finest holsters at modest prices. Visit blackrhinoconcealment.com for info.
Good morning. Welcome to your Wednesday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
If we had the gun laws in Chicago that LA and New York have, we would see our violent crime cut in half.
If she applied for a low-level job at the State Department today,
just a low-level job. She couldn't even get a security clearance based on what she's done.
He said that the American people don't care about his tax returns. He clearly has something to hide. We don't know exactly what it is, but we're getting better guesses about what it probably is.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. A couple of breaking news items. One, on the security front, Paris police find a car loaded with gas canisters near Notre Dame Cathedral in France, in Paris. One of the vehicle's two owners is on a national security watch list, detained for questioning, both of them, according to police in Paris. So we'll follow that story.
And breaking news.
Mike Scott will.
Yeah. And breaking news here at home is, did you hear it? The Dallas Morning News is endorsing Hillary Clinton. It's their first Democratic endorsement since World War II. And they said, opening line is, there's only one serious candidate on the presidential ballot in November. We recommend Hillary Clinton.
Yeah, and they do what you have to do to endorse Hillary Clinton, which is to soft pedal her conduct. The Dallas Morning News editorial board writing, Clinton has remained dogged by questions about her honesty, her willingness to shade the truth. Is that what she's done? Shade the truth? Oh, boy. Her use of private email server while Secretary of State is a clear example of poor judgment. She should take additional steps to divorce allegations of influence peddling from the Clinton Foundation. Oh, just allegations, huh? And she must be more forthright with the public by holding news conferences as opposed to relying on a shield of carefully scripted appearances and speeches. They are real shortcomings, but they pale in comparison to the litany of evils some opponents accuse her of. We reject the politics of personal destruction. Oh, brother. Hillary doesn't. Clinton has made mistakes and displayed bad judgment, but her errors are plainly in a different universe than her opponents.
Yeah, but they also said they've been critical of Clinton's handling of certain issues. But unlike Donald Trump, Hillary Clinton has experience in actual governance, a record of service, and a willingness to delve into real policy.
Yeah.
I don't know about that, but then...
Well, so she has the experience in government, that's right. And what has that experience brought? It's brought all of the things they kind of paper over with a light touch, made mistakes, displayed bad judgment. What they're talking about is her performance in public office. So I love this idea that somehow being an office holder, you have experience that is necessarily a positive attribute. It could turn out that it is perhaps the greatest weakness one has because of how you actually performed in public office. And that's what I would suggest is the case with Hillary Clinton. That's the greatest weakness she has, is her record.
Right. But also, too, her avoidance of the media. She hasn't had a press conference, did you know this, for a year. And ever since she got this fancy-dancy 737 plane, now 2 days in a row, we've heard from her. And yesterday, she was attacking Donald Trump about his taxes and that he is the one who's untrustworthy.
He said that the American people don't care about his tax returns. And in fact, he's also said that it's none of our business. I just think he's dead wrong. I'm going to continue to raise this because I think it is a fundamental issue about him in this campaign that we're going to talk about in one way or another for the next 62 days because he clearly has something to hide.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have already gone on record saying he should release his tax returns. Whichever returns are not currently under audit is fine. And he's making a mistake by not doing so because he is giving her a free run on the issue, and he's muddying the water or allowing her to muddy the water on, for example, releasing her transcripts from those bank speeches that she made. I'm still waiting for those, and Trump should revisit that issue as well. What she's trying to do is turn this back on Trump because the last week and a half of Hillary Clinton being the focus of media scrutiny, the focus of the campaign, has resulted in the race turning Trump's direction. So
Right.
this
And
is
then-
why they're resuscitating the tax return matter.
And then last night in Greenville, North Carolina, Donald Trump had an excellent opportunity to pounce on Hillary Clinton and her two aides destroying those devices. And I wanted to hear a little bit of a stronger voice from Donald Trump, but tell me what you think, Dan.
If she applied for a low-level job at the State Department today, just a low-level job, she couldn't even get a security clearance based on what she's done. Her conduct is disqualifying. And by the way, who uses 13 different iPhones in 4 years? Who? The only people who use that many phones are usually involved in very, very, and I mean very shady activity.
Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, you didn't get into the details of it, but you don't need the details.
Him to talk the details.
We talk the details. That's what talk radio and the pundits are for. He's giving you the drill down, kind of the takeaway, and that is the takeaway. Who uses
13
that many devices? You know, that's not a drug kingpin on the south side of Chicago. Scotty Nell Hughes joins us now. She's a political editor at rightalerts.com and a Trump surrogate. Scotty, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Hold on 1 second. I'm just finishing up my order for the Hillary hammer on Amazon.com.
Yeah, exactly.
My order right
That's price to sell. Yeah, that is it's a hot item.
That's great.
You could probably, I mean, I assume Uma will probably put some of hers on eBay, so you may be able to get it at a discount. So let's start with the FBI document dump on Friday and the importance of making sure that doesn't get lost over the Labor Day weekend.
Because, that's what always happens when things like this happen. No, we had another FBI document dump, and here you're having, and if you talk to most people, in fact, I heard Gonzalez, the former Attorney General Alberto Gonzalez on this morning. Most people can look at this, and you don't need a law degree to go, wait a minute. There were rules that were broken. Mr. Trump has rightfully pointed out that on a low-level job, she wouldn't even be able to get security clearance, and yet you didn't see anything come from the FBI. Now, I have my own theory about this, hence why we saw this very detailed, unprecedented press conference by FBI Director Comey, because he realized that under this administration that has just a laundry list of things that their Attorney General, Loretta Lynch, has covered up, he knew that there would never get to be the truth out to the American public. It would never, no matter what he said, they would find some way not to prosecute, to not hold a special investigation. And so he said, you know what, American people, I'm going to release all the facts that I can, and I might take a little heat for it, but I'm going to show you we did our investigation, even though I don't think they asked the right questions. And you decide, because I'm not going to get a fair trial out of this administration and Loretta Lynch.
That's good. Well, so she was able to escape prosecution, but do you think any of her aides will be able to escape any prosecution, including the two that were sent out with the hammers to destroy those two cell phones?
Listen, it's funny. Hillary Clinton can't remember, or she doesn't recall, and yet her IT director, who I guarantee had access to, at some point, fingerprints are all over those 13 devices, had to declare take the fifth on over 125 different counts. So, of course, I would say that you would think at one point they would be prosecuted, but I can guarantee underneath the Hillary Clinton administration, if she is elected in November, we will once again, just like West Benghazi, just like with Fast and Furious, this will be another chapter in a book where we never know the truth and exactly what happened that ultimately risked American security, risked American lives, and we don't know the total damage done. And yet this morning the headlines are talking about a $25,000 donation to an attorney general that was completely a mistake and self-reported to the IRS by Mr. Trump when it was caught. That is unfortunately, the different figures that I'm looking at. I'm seeing a list right now where they're showing Trump with 6 long controversies and Clinton only 3. The mainstream media is saying Clinton only has 3 controversies.
Yeah, I mean, it's the false equivalences, right? This $25,000 donation to Pam Bondi versus running a criminal enterprise, which is the Clinton Foundation. I agree with you. So the question for the Trump campaign, and I'm curious your perspective on this, especially over the weekend with Hillary having these coughing fits again and the issue of her health being re-raised, should we be focusing on Clinton's character or Clinton's health?
I'll be honest with you, and this disagrees with some of the other surveys. I don't focus on her health. I think that to be on the campaign trail as much as both of them shows that they obviously are in good health and good strength. And I'm going to take her for her word, just like I hope they would take Donald Trump for his word, that she has bad allergies and her doctor gets her some sort of help. She speaks equivalent. She speaks just all day long. I get it. So I'm not going to go after her health. Just like, and to a certain extent, I'm really not going after some of the past personal issues that Bill Clinton had, unless you have to defend them against something that they're coming against Mr. Trump. I believe all of that is in the past. What I do want to talk about is the policies going forward, the policies and the actions of her past that might affect policies going forward. But unfortunately, as we're finding today, that's something that the Hillary Clinton camp does not want to talk about. They say that Mr. Trump does not have specifics on things like immigration, things like education, all of these different things that most Americans care for. And yet, when you ask the Hillary Clinton camp to give you specifics, they never do. They give you blanket answers, like with amnesty. She's going to give a 100-day blanket amnesty. Okay. How are you going to pay for the $113 billion that illegals in this country cost middle-class taxpayers every year? Education, how are you going to fix the problems that Common Core and this over-testing has done to our population? Why are you against giving parents school choice to make decisions for what's best for their parents? Why do you feel like the government can do better for their children? Those specifics you never hear out of their camp. They just give these blanket answers and throw this false claim that Donald Trump doesn't have specifics.
Well, today,
if you have a brain, you can fight real easily.
Today's National Security Day on the campaign trail. Of course, that town hall tonight. Is Donald Trump prepared? I know that he wants to restore military defense spending to what it was before the sequester. Are there any other plans that you think will be unveiled tonight during that town hall?
Absolutely. And this is on the Waken. It was just released, so we get to talk breaking news on your show this morning. NBC SurveyMonkey just came out that the military has a strong edge, which we knew, but probably larger than any other presidential candidate before, 55 to 36% in support of Donald Trump, because they see as a commander-in-chief. And I think, yes, there are definitely specifics that he is going to lay out today. But when it comes down to it, and this is my main reason as a mother, as a woman, why I don't trust Hillary Clinton. Because if she can look another mother in the eye while her son is standing next to a flag-draped coffin and lie about why he's there, and then go on a media blitz basically defaming that mother, I really wonder where her soul really is. If she doesn't care about that mother's son, how is she going to care about my son or my daughter now in the military?
All right. She is Scotty Nell Hughes. She is the political editor at rightalerts.com and also a Donald Trump campaign surrogate. Scotty, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate your time.
Thank you for having me.
And she joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Just so you know, Justin Cooper, a former aide to Bill Clinton, he's the one who got out the hammer and destroyed the phones.
Wasn't he also a member of 98 Degrees?
Yeah, right. Singer on 98 Degrees. Dan's combining his two loves, 80s music and politics.
And boy bands specifically.
Big news today in the weather department is that heat index. It's going to crawl up into the triple digits, anywhere from 100 to 104 degrees today. And we can't rule out a shower or thunderstorm in spots. And then tonight, some heavy stuff's going to move through here, bringing some possible flooding and high damaging winds. And tomorrow you'll be greeted with a morning shower in spots. Otherwise, clouds breaking for some sun. Still hot and humid, though. Highs in the mid to upper 80s. Any high travel times and sticky spots on the roadways? Here's Jim Talamonte.
Amy and Dan, it's pretty heavy across the board this morning, but especially inbound I-57. Just jammed solid from the Tri-State to the Ryan, where the left lane is closed for work on the CTA stop at 95th. That left lane closure is scheduled till November. 50 minutes I-80 to the Ryan. Bishop Ford, 30 minutes. Then the Ryan is 27 minutes, 95th to downtown. Eden's 32 minutes, Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 26. The Kennedy, awful, an hour and 13 minutes, O'Hare to downtown. 33 minutes from Montrose, 32 in the Express, outbound 48 minutes to O'Hare. The Ike, an hour and 18 minutes, Thorndale to the Post Office, outbound an hour and 3 minutes. Stevenson, an hour and 8 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 45 minutes. The tollways are all very heavy. Jim Talamonte in the AM 560 Traffic Center.
What's your caliber? You've heard about Black Rhino holsters for concealed carry, range practice, or competitive shooting. When you see how comfortable and safe they are, you'll want one for all of your firearms. They're handcrafted in Illinois by veterans using 100% virgin Kydex and American-made fasteners. From precision fit and finish to secure retention and quick draw, a Black Rhino is the finest affordable holster. With a lifetime material warranty and workmanship guarantee, Black Rhino has tactical carrier and concealed carry systems for every caliber. You and your firearm deserve a Black Rhino. The Second Amendment protects our right to bear arms, and Black Rhino protects those arms. Black Rhino Concealment, we hold your caliber against you. Visit blackrhinoconcealment.com or call 847-783-6499 for showroom info. Use the promo code AM560 for a 10% discount on your first order. The number again, 847-783-6499, or visit their website, blackrhinoconcealment.com. No matter who wins the presidential race, it's the most unusual election in our lifetimes. One candidate is an egomaniacal, scandal-plagued celebrity who can't go a day without spouting falsehoods. The other, a reality TV star. Hi-yo. Good grief. So laugh, don't cry by spending an evening with acclaimed author and humorist P.J. O'Rourke and Friends of Liberty from across America at the Heartland Institute's 32nd anniversary benefit dinner. For more than 3 decades, the Heartland Institute has worked to advance free markets and individual liberty, and P.J. O'Rourke has kept America laughing while advancing those principles. The Wall Street Journal called P.J. O'Rourke the funniest writer in America. Hear PJ's unique and hilarious perspective on the election of our lifetimes.
Government is a Rottweiler ready to be unleashed on your problems, and you've stuffed raw meat down the front of your pants.
Call 312-377-4000 or visit heartland.org for more info. This can't-miss event is September 15th in Palatine. That's 312-377-4000. Call now.
Life should be an adventure, and so should your health. It's another can't-miss Health Quest radio show this Saturday morning. Dr. David Kolbaba.
I'm the host of Chicagoland's longest-running health news and science show. As a primary natural healthcare practichitioner, I've been helping people just like you reach a higher place of health and longevity, utilizing more natural strategies as I believe our Creator meant it to be.
Create your adventure in health. Tune into Health Quest Radio every Saturday morning at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
I've been taking the Balance of Nature fruits and veggie capsules for many years. What hooked me was something I wasn't expecting. I was playing golf with one of my friends, and midway through the round, he looks over at me and says, "What's going on here? You're killing me. Did you get new clubs or something?" It dawned on me that the only thing I'm doing different is taking Balance of Nature. I've been a 15 handicap golfer for a long time. 3 months after I started taking the fruits and veggies, I started dropping strokes off my handicap. Even my sons noticed I was playing better. I told them, when I started getting enough fruits and veggies in my diet, I felt better. Better concentration, better swing. When you feel better, you play better.
Call now to find out how to get your free month's supply of Balance of Nature. Call 800-2468-751 or go online to balanceofnature.com.
Use promo code Chicago.
AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. And Amy,
No, I don't want to.
do you like scary
No,
clowns?
no, I don't want you to do this story.
You remember Pogo?
Oh, you see, I'm not. I
Too
just
soon?
got the chills.
Too soon, right? John Wayne Gacy sold his clown artwork, his Pogo the Clown artwork.
He made a
people
lot of
actually
money.
bought that.
Yeah, and victims' family members wanted the proceeds from it.
And
but
they should, they should. They
didn't
should
have
be able to profit off that. The ghoul mass murderer that he was, of
able
course.
able to get married in jail too.
Well, Winston-Salem police, this is North Carolina, say someone in a clown costume tried to lure kids into the woods. This is the second clown sighting.
Please stop. It's so creepy.
Described as wearing white overalls, white gloves, and red shoes with red bushy hair, a white face, and a red nose. Yep, that's a clown.
That would be a clown. Big feet.
That fits the description.
Big shoes, big hands.
Yeah, exactly. Both spots where clowns were reported are in very residential areas near parks and woods.
Wait, excuse me. How could they not catch this guy? How can you're supposed to see something, say something? It's
especially when he's
obvious.
running away and you can hear his squeaking shoes. You would think you could follow the
And
sound.
he honks his horn, his little nose thing there. How many times has he?
And we're not talking about Pagliacci here. This is
No.
not Tears of a Clown. This is apparently a clown predator.
This is a sinister clown.
You
is what
know,
you're telling
it's
me.
like those dolls you see in horror movies.
Okay,
Aren't they
please,
scary?
please.
Yeah.
Or Chucky, that thing.
Did you ever sit out now on a fun side to turn this into a fun story instead of
that's right.
a creepy story
Well,
that's
he
going to give
hasn't
you nightmares?
or he hasn't successfully abducted anybody.
No, he just been spotted and apparently made overtures to children. So I
Like
mean,
what? Say, come with me on the carnival ride.
to make light of this,
Hey,
but
I could juggle.
did you ever see the movie Real Men with John Ritter and Jim Belushi?
No.
This is great. So Jim Belushi plays like a CIA agent, and John Ritter's. I won't get into the whole story, but John Ritter is
No, get into the whole story.
is inadvertently roped into this kind of international conspiracy, and Belushi's trying to protect him, and it's a spoof.
Yeah.
You know, so it's like a spoof CIA spy movie of sorts. And one of the things they have to deal with is the CIA killers, CIA assassins doing their work in clown formation.
Who are those clowns? Holy clown attack! Clown attack?
Yeah, it's clown unit. They're putting in some of the CIA's best agents in clown suits so they won't be recognized.
So they won't be recognized?
Yeah, they've gone bad.
Bad clowns?
Oh, boy.
Oh, it's pinks.
Oh, Jesus, it's Hartman. Hartman. You know, next to me, he's the best agent in the world. Oh, Jesus. What? The way they're doing this is beautiful. I wish I could watch it from the sidelines. So do I.
So hopefully
I'm
this
watching this.
It's fantastic. So hopefully that's what's actually going on in Winston-Salem. That's all it is.
I hope so.
Listen to Dan and Amy on your smartphone. Download the AM 560 mobile app today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Hi, I'm Mary Beth. I had a failed root canal and it was causing me pain. Dr. Neruzzi took care of my tooth and I got my implant, and then I had another after that fail, and he did that one as well. And the experience they were amazing. It was not painful at all like I thought it was going to be, and I was very, very, very nervous about the whole thing. Nobody enjoys getting, implants or dental work, and I procrastinated, but I had to have it done. And he took me in immediately and took care of it. And he made it really affordable. They're very accommodating to people that cannot afford to have it done. I would recommend Dr. Neruzzi to anybody, and I have given him referrals. My own sister had hers done by him.
This is Dr. Neruzzi. I personally guarantee your happiness with your implants. Go to implantsforme.com.
For missing teeth, dental implants are wonderful. The advantages are fantastic. Just remember, implantsforme.com. Implantsforme.com.
No matter what type of business you're in, having a strong business banking partnership can help your bottom line. I'm Jeff Boundy, president of Cornerstone National Bank and Trust Company. We strongly believe that trust, service, and relationship are the cornerstone of a successful business banking partnership. Customers like Rick Williams of Pump Supply agree.
Hi, my name is Rick Williams, owner of Pump Supply Incorporated. As a business owner, I recognize the importance of relationships. I need a bank that understands my business and is able to respond quickly and creatively to the needs of my company. Cornerstone has been a valuable business partner and has helped me grow my company and seize opportunities as I come across them. Whether it's providing a line of credit or financing the acquisition of equipment or real estate, Cornerstone has been there for me every step of the way.
Thanks, Rick. Please visit cornerstonenb.com, or I invite you to give me a call at 847-654-3000 to explore a business banking partnership.
Equal Opportunity Lender. Member FDIC.
AM 560, The Answer.
I'm still watching the Real Man the Clown attack scene.
I'll tell you,
you're just referencing.
It's funny. It's a good spoof. If you like spoof movies on the order of Airplane, Top Secret, you like Real Men.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
A little bit more Smokey Robinson, and we'll also talk to Steve Moore about the 1% economy at 7:37.
And later, a new gadget for you guys in the bathroom. We'll explain. But first, here's Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, 77 degrees outside. A train has left the tracks just south of Egypt's capital of Cairo. So far, 5 are dead. 50 others were hurt. It happened about 27 miles south of Cairo. It's a big travel time of the year in Egypt. Millions leave Cairo and other big cities to head to hometowns. Tropical storm Newton swept into the Gulf of California today. after slamming the resort of Baja as a hurricane. The storm could potentially bring dangerous rains to Arizona and New Mexico. House Republicans meeting behind closed doors this morning. They're trying to hash out strategy on averting a federal shutdown containing the Zika virus and other issues. Former Japanese Prime Minister says he has set up a special fund to help several hundred U.S. service personnel who participated in relief operations following the 2011 tsunami. The Americans say they are now sickened from radiation when the tsunami set off the Fukushima nuclear disaster. Police have arrested a man on a terror watch list after a car with gas cylinders inside was discovered close to the Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris over the weekend. The suspect was on intelligence services watch list of those suspected of religious radicalism, according to police. Chicago's top police official says his department is doing all it can to combat rising violence in the city. Police Superintendent Eddie Johnson said yesterday things won't change until the state passes tougher sentencing laws for repeat gun offenders. He will join Dan and Amy this morning here on AM 560 to talk about that and other issues. A Chicago man will be sentenced next month for being found guilty in a deadly Mount Vernon fire. Stephen Murphy was convicted yesterday in Jefferson County of murder and arson in the death of Tamara Malin. He was accused of killing the victim before setting her home on fire last summer. Brewers put up 5 in the first off Jason Hamill, and they rout the Cubs 12-5. Miguel Gonzalez really good coming off the DL, allowing 6 hits over 6 1/3, helping the White Sox beat Detroit 2-0. The news service of Accountemps. When it comes to hiring top accounting and finance professionals, Accountemps has your business covered. As the leader in specialized temp staffing, Accountemps delivers highly skilled temporary employees when you need them. Call today or visit Accountemps.com. Accountemps is a Robert Half company. 7:35 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher says, despite the obstacles, Trump is still fighting.
Despite everything that's being thrown at him by every media organization, every prominent Republican insider, the lack of support from current Republicans, the RNC for that matter, he does not have the backing of just about anyone, and he's in this thing.
The Mike Gallagher Show, weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
Remodel your kitchen with Galaxy. Buy one cabinet and get one free with free financing and design services. Call 773-783-8300.
Townstone Financial is synonymous with great rates, low closing costs, and phenomenal service to the thousands who have completed purchases and refinances with us since 2002. Hi, my name is Barry Sterner, owner of Townstone Financial. Let's hear from Jim, who just completed a no-cost refinance with Townstone Financial.
I would recommend Townstone to anybody, and I do. I always knew where we were. I knew the dates. I knew when I had to have information. There was no fire drills. The overall experience was, off the charts. I've not experienced, there's very few companies that I've encountered that really deliver that customer experience, and that's what sets you guys apart, hands down.
Remember, nobody values your business more than Townstone Financial, and I'm always available to answer your questions. Call me now, Barry Sterner, at 312-896-2111. That's 312-896-2111, or go to townstone.com. That's TOWNSTONE.com.
Townstone Financials, Indiana, Michigan, Wisconsin, Florida, Illinois, mortgage licensee 6629 and NMLS 136639, equal housing lender.
Scoundrels are not exclusive to politics. They're smart enough to occupy necessity service industries like the automotive business. As a real estate broker, my car is a lifeline and a total necessity to my business and my family, which is why I had to seek out an honest, truthful auto service provider. For over the past decade, I've put my trust in Craigies Mobile Service Center on Lake Street in Addison. Craigies handles full auto repair on foreign and domestic vehicles. They pride themselves on providing you the best cost-effective auto repair and expert advice. Craigies has full service bays and truck lifts that can service and manage your whole fleet. They also provide priority service for your business and can track each vehicle, alerting you to the repair before you need it, keeping your guys on the road. Since 1959, Craigies Mobile Service Center has thrived through 10 presidential administrations, giving you reputable, dependable, and honest auto repair. Do yourself a favor. Just go into Craigies on Lake Street in Addison. See my guy Vic. He'll set you up. Tell him Sean from Elmwood Park sent you. I approve of this message, unlike the two presidential candidates.
7:38 in our AM 560 traffic center. Here's Jim.
Like inbound I-57, it's jammed from the tri-state to the Rhine, where the left lane is blocked for CTA work. It's 50 minutes. I-8 to the merge, Bishop Ford 30. Eden's 32 minutes. Lake Hook to the junction, outbound 30. The Kennedy's awful, an hour and 13 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 53 minutes. The Eisenhower, an hour and 25 minutes from Thorndale to the Loop, outbound 55 minutes. Stevenson, an hour and 16 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 50 minutes. Tollways are all heavy. Traffic is a service of Little Caesars, home of the large $5 hot and ready pepperoni pizza. Little Caesars, where they took pieces of their delicious crazy bread, covered them with melted cheese and bacon, threw in a side of jalapenos, and created loaded crazy bread bites. They're hot and ready every day from 4 to 8 and only $4. Plus tax at participating locations. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Sunny, breezy, warm, and humid this morning. Chance of showers or storms this afternoon, high 89. Currently 78. Next news coming up at 8. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by the Ayn Rand Institute and the Yaron Brook Show. Heard Saturday afternoons at 4 here on AM 560, The Answer.
See Alan West and Michelle Malkin at Freedom Summit Chicago 2016. Tickets are on sale now at freedomsummitchicago.com.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. That music means it's time for Steve Moore, Chief Economist of the Heritage Foundation, and Trump Economic Policy Advisor. But before we get to Steve, I've got to take up this piece by Norm Ornstein in the Washington Post. Norm Ornstein is a scholar at the American Enterprise Institute, and he's one of these kind of self-styled Republicans, conservatives even.
Is he a never-Trumper?
No, I don't know if he is or not, but he's a sentinel for the left. He's like, one of these kind of Republicans that the left loves to embrace, like David Brooks. And this piece is emblematic of the problem within the Republican ranks. This is emblematic of a failed philosophy. I want to get Moore's reaction to this. I saw Norm Ornstein speak when I went to the U.S. Army War College several years ago, and his speech was very much on this piece, which is entitled "Memo to GOP: Forget your obstructionist policies, they backfired." The problem, according to Norm Ornstein, is too much Republican opposition to the Obama policy agenda, not too little. And this is a real divide in the party, the kind of the good governance. And this is why the right is always advancing the interests of the left, like that Flight 93 election piece that I mentioned before. The right doesn't dream up the inanities, they just ratify them. Here's what Norm Ornstein writes in part. The Affordable Care Act needs the technical corrections that every other major social policy received after its passage, and some adjustments, including conservative and market-driven ones, to make it work better, making socialism work better. That's the philosophy of the Norm Ornstein self-styled Republican. And he goes down the list of, infrastructure and the electrical grid and immigration and prison reform. We need serious solutions to all of these problems, and we do. But we don't get those serious solutions by advancing the policy regime of the left, which is what Norm Ornstein suggests. And I just wanted to distinguish, because the American Enterprise Institute is a respected free market think tank, and I guess Norm Ornstein exists there based on inertia, because it's certainly not on quality of work. Steve Moore, thanks for joining us. With respect to Norm Ornstein and, the problem with the GOP, congressional GOP, too obstructionist, what's your take?
Well, I've known Norm Ornstein for 25 years, and he is, if you look up in the dictionary, political insider, it's Norm Ornstein. I mean, he is the classic. He wrote a book with a scholar from the Brookings Institute about 3 or 4 years ago saying, Washington has become way, way, way too partisan.
Yep.
And it's all the Republicans' fault. But look, the idea that Republicans have caved in too much to Obama's agenda is preposterous. I mean, look, we've had $9 trillion of additional debt. We have 42 million people on food stamps. The deficit this year is $600 billion going to $1 trillion. And the idea that somehow you can take the Titanic, which is the Obamacare law, and just tweak it here and there, and it's just going to float on forever is crazy. The thing is coming apart at the seams. It needs not a Band-Aid. It needs radical sink that ship and start over again. And, you know, I live in Virginia, where our premiums are going up 20 to 30% this year. You know, that's unbelievable. I mean, people are going to go bankrupt because of Obamacare.
Well, speaking of Obamacare, Trump laid out his plan for the first 100 days in office yesterday. Of course, repealing Obamacare, building a wall. I don't know. I mean, he can get started on that, but he can't build it in 100 days. And he also wants to give generals 30 days to come up with a plan to defeat ISIS. And that's different from what we've been hearing from Trump all along, because he always said that he had a secret plan to defeat ISIS. So which one is it?
Well, look, I don't work with Donald Trump on foreign policy issues like ISIS, but let me just say this on the first 100-day plan, because this is something I've really urged on the campaign, that there are so many. Look, we've had Barack Obama in the White House for 8 years, and there are so much low-hanging fruit out there on the economy that we could do right out of the gate. You know, for example, just a little thing like building the Keystone Pipeline, which, you know, any sane person would agree that we need those 5,000 to 10,000 jobs. We need the pipelines to get our oil and gas to the markets. Another example is, you know, one of the things I've told him, and he's agreed to this, is on the first day in office, Donald Trump is going to sign an executive order to overturn these so-called clean power plant rules. That if we overturn that, we're going to put 50,000 coal miners back in their jobs. So a lot of people ask, gee, does it really matter who wins this election? It's Tweedledee and Tweedledum. No. We have a very specific agenda to reverse a lot of the things. This is why Norm Ornstein gets it completely wrong, guys. It's not that we have to agree to all the things that Obama wants to do. We have to reverse them. We have to reverse Obamacare. We have to repeal it. We have to get rid of it. We have to reverse this tide of debt, which did you see last week? They say it's now going to the deficit's going to go to $1 trillion a year within 2 or 3 years. I mean, we just can't afford this anymore.
And is central to your idea for an economic renaissance in Illinois and the nation
You need one there too.
Well, exactly. You know, so I'm focused on where I live, but central to the national renaissance is the energy sector, and unleashing the energy sector, not because it creates both C-suite white collar jobs as well as so-called blue collar jobs that pay very well in the field.
Well, I just wrote a piece. So funny you should ask, because I just wrote a piece that will hopefully be running in the Wall Street Journal in the next few days, saying that, look, if we were just an all-in energy policy, and that is use our oil, use our gas, use our coal, use our nuclear power, those are the four sources where we get 90% of our energy. I'm not talking about building windmills. I'm talking about using where we get our energy from. We could, within 4 or 5 years, become energy independent and the energy dominant country in the world. We could be the Saudi Arabia of the 21st century. And all we need to do, for the most part, is just get the government out of the way. We do need to build, when people talk about infrastructure, Hillary does. Hillary, yes, we need infrastructure. We need pipelines so we can get the oil and gas to the markets we need. We need LNG terminals so we can start exporting our natural gas to Europe and Asia. We need to have refineries. Do you know, guys, we haven't built a refinery in this country in 30 years.
Yeah.
Wow, I didn't
know.
It's ridiculous. I mean, the environmentalists won't allow it. That's one of the reasons we have to import so much oil, because we can't refine the oil we have here in the United States. I mean, you do all these things. I estimate in this piece we could raise for the government, because so much of this oil and gas is under federal lands, the federal government could lease it and charge royalties to the energy companies. We could raise about $3 trillion. Trillion. $3 trillion in the next 20 to 25 years. We could use that for infrastructure, environmental protection, reducing our debt.
And in addition to that,
argument against it.
And in addition,
one good argument against it.
In addition to that, and why this could be a relevant topic tonight when Trump and Hillary are interviewed by Matt Lauer, kind of the national security menu of issues.
By the way, how is that going to work? They're not going to be on the stage together.
No, it's one after the other. So
and then people in the audience ask questions.
Okay, you got me. Let me just interject something here. Why do the Republicans always do this? Matt Lauer is a liberal. He is a liberal. He's not for Donald Trump. His questions to Donald Trump are going to be gotcha questions. I am so sick of the Republicans agreeing to these, quote, debates where the liberals get to choose who the moderators are. Didn't Republicans learn anything from the Obama Romney debate last time, where Romney won?
Well,
I mean, Romney lost.
But
Because,
there's going to be members of the military in the office, in the audience, Stephen, members of the military, active military, that are going to be asking questions as well.
Well, and hopefully we have a nominee who can handle the likes of a Candy Crowley, unlike that we did or a Matt Lauer, unlike in 2012.
That should be an important qualification.
Yeah, I would say, but just in terms of energy and tonight's conversation with Trump and with Hillary, energy policy and what you're talking about domestically as the means to advance our national security interests as well, because of course we're less energy dependent. So it's a national security issue in addition to an economic one.
Yes. Absolutely. And, we're talking, let's put this very simply, because this isn't complicated, folks. Every time we're able to drill for a barrel of oil here in the United States, whether it's Texas or Alaska or North Dakota or Oklahoma or West Virginia, every barrel we drill here is one less barrel of oil we have to get from places like Iran or Saudi Arabia or Venezuela or these other OPEC countries that then send that. Look, we know what happens to that money when we buy that oil from them. They give some of that money to the very terrorists, the ISIS networks that tried to kill us. So yeah, we can put the terrorists financially out of business by simply developing our own energy. This is why I keep saying this is a no-brainer issue. It's good for our security. It's good for jobs. It will reduce our trade deficit. It will reduce our budget deficit. It will help us build infrastructure. My God, I mean, I think we could add another percentage point of growth just by producing American energy. And Obama used to say, we can't do this. We're running out of oil and gas. We're not running out of everything. We have so much oil and gas in this country, and coal. My God, we have 500 years worth of coal. Why aren't we using it?
All right. I hope Donald Trump cuts and pastes the answer we just heard from Stephen Moore tonight. Stephen Moore, Chief Economist at the Harris Foundation, Trump Economic Policy Advisor. Steve, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
All right. See you guys. Have a great week.
You too. And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Coming up next, would you let your 12-year-old daughter kill a giraffe? Yes, she's a big game hunter.
Only if she eats it all.
Okay. No Toys R Us for you. Forecast for today, heat and humidity, that's for sure. Heat index up into the triple digits today. Could hit 104 degrees. Ouch. Can't rule out a shower or thunderstorm in spots. And then tonight, the heavy stuff rolls through here with some possible flooding and damaging winds. And then tomorrow morning, a shower in spots. Otherwise, clouds breaking for some sun. Still humid. A high of 85. Any high travel times? Here's Jim Delamonte.
It's pretty high everywhere. Amy and Dan, the Kennedy is an hour and 15 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, it's jammed all the way in. It's 36 minutes from Montrose, 35 on the Express. Outbound 50 minutes to O'Hare. Eastbound Eden Spur slow starting at Waukegan Road. Then it's 32 minutes, Lake Cook to the Junction. Outbound 30. The Ike, an hour and 25 minutes. Thorndale to the post office, outbound 55 minutes. Stevenson, an hour and 20 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 50 minutes. Ryan, 27 minutes. 95th to downtown. I-57, 43 minutes. I-80 to the merge, where the left lane's blocked for CTA work. Bishopport at 30 minutes. Tri-State southbound, slow Washington to 137. Northbound, stop and go 115th to 31st. And Roosevelt to the Grand Avenue curve. The other tollways also are all heavy. Jim Talamonte in the AM 560 Traffic Center.
Even though school has started, it's not too late to get away and give yourself a little R&R, courtesy of your friends from ChicagoRadioDeals.com. 2 words, Door County. Take a few days off and escape to Wisconsin. Head up to the White Lace Inn. It's a gorgeous bed and breakfast in Sturgeon Bay. Now, the White Lace Inn features 18 inviting guest rooms, suites, and 4 elegant turn-of-the-century neighboring homes. You can enjoy the gardens, gazebo, and the glory that is Door County. It's a $300 gift certificate for only $150, and it can also be applied to overnight stays or items in their store. For another fabulous getaway adventure, purchase an overnight stay package for the Schuster Mansion Bed and Breakfast in Milwaukee. You can spend the night in Molly's room. It's a 2-room luxury suite with a private bath. It includes breakfast in the Victorian dining room and fresh chocolate chip cookies. Yours for only $85 per couple. That's a $169 a night value. So check out all the deals only from your good friends at ChicagoRadioDeals.com.
This is Dan Proft with 60 Seconds of Sanity. Equal justice before the law, except on immigration. fundamental fairness of opportunity, except on immigration, an expectation that government will provide for the physical security of its citizens, except on immigration. The deep thinkers at the helms of both political parties have carved out an American values exemption for immigration policy, whereby laws unpopular among certain constituencies can be arbitrarily ignored. Cheaters are rewarded at the expense of honest rule-abiders, and predators are knowingly released to pillage the peaceful. Considerate governance requires a framework firmly rooted in first principles. Our immigration system is a hot mess because we have drifted from those principles. Per the new Colossus, Emma Lazarus's poem etched into the Statue of Liberty, we want the huddled masses yearning to breathe free, and we do. But that necessarily means we know the intentions of those who seek admittance. Our immigration system cannot be compassionate if it is disconnected from the competent administration of laws consistent with American values.
Not available in all states. Whoa, what do you have there?
It's a recent Irvy's frozen yogurt. We just had our robot make one.
A robot made your frozen yogurt?
Yes, the world's first fully interactive robot vending machine that serves 9 flavors of delicious yogurt with 6 amazing toppings. And it's available for an exclusive franchise opportunity.
How do I get my own recent Irvy's robots?
It's easy, but you better act now. Locations and machines are going fast. Just go to froyofranchising.com and enter promo code 3737. That's froyofranchising.com, promo code 3737.
Here's some great news. Jack Taboda of Taboda & Associates can help you with your retirement game plan. You know Jack, or you should. Jack is the president and founder of Taboda & Associates. He's been helping folks just like you retire successfully for 3 decades. Jack has the insight, information, strategies, and experience you can use to build wealth and keep it. Live good. Retire well with Jack Taboda of Taboda & Associates. 630-777-7955. 630-777-7955.
AM 560, The Answer.
Hey, the Freedom Summit 2016 coming back to Chicago on Saturday, October 29th.
That's less than 2 months away and just a handful of days before the November 8th election. It's happening at the Chicago West and Northwest in Itasca. Our keynote dinner speaker will be Lieutenant Colonel Alan West. Our keynote lunch speaker will be Michelle Malkin.
AM 560's Mike Gallagher will be there also, and we'll be there. And just added, our keynote breakfast speaker is Dr. Sebastian Gorka, author of the New York Times bestselling book, Defeating Jihad.
There are just 17 premium gold seats remaining and plenty of premium silver and economy tickets. They start at just $39. Go to freedomsummitchicago.com to buy yours. That's freedomsummitchicago.com. freedomsummitchicago.com, and join us on October 29th.
You've made the switch, and it feels so good. You've switched to Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
I have actually been on Balance of Nature for a year now. I have MS, and I recently had an MRI. This is the first year that I've had a stable MRI, so I'm thrilled. When I have an MRI with MS, usually there are glowing spots that come through, which is damage on the nerves in my brain and my spinal cord, and when they're glowing, it means they're active. And then my last MRI, they pulled it up, and I honestly couldn't believe that it was my MRI. There was nothing glowing. And in fact, the dark spots were shrinking. They were healing. And the doctor actually said to me, I think we're in remission. I was so happy. I had no idea that that could be my reality.
Call now to find out how to get your free month's supply of Balance of Nature. Call 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com.
Use promo code CHICAGO.
And now, a moment of objectivism with your Ron Brook and the Ayn Rand Institute.
In 2012, Obama uttered the infamous words, "You didn't build that." These words make clear his vision of America, a welfare state in which wealth and prosperity don't come from individuals working hard to improve their lives. And if you didn't build that, then why should you get to keep it? Hence the idea that the government should take your money to make your medical, retirement, and insurance decisions for you. But objectivists like me have a different vision for America. One where individuals built this nation and created its incredible wealth and prosperity. And individuals, whether working together or alone, will keep building only if we recognize that individual initiative, thought, and work are the fountainhead of all progress. From the Ayn Rand Institute, I'm your Ron Brook.
This has been a moment of objectivism from the Ayn Rand Institute. To learn more, listen to the Yaron Brook Show, Saturdays at 4 on AM 560, and visit ariradio.com.
Why are Ayn Rand's ideas so compelling? Her worldview, her philosophy, expressed dramatically in her novels Atlas Shrugged and The Fountainhead, embodies the ideals stated by the Founding Fathers in the Declaration of Independence and sets forth the requirements necessary to achieve a flourishing life. She called her philosophy objectivism and said it was a philosophy for living on Earth. Today, decades after her death, objectivism continues to stir debate and inspire passion for the spirit of individualism and the enduring American dream.
The secret to how the rich keep getting richer is by passing down their wealth, generation to generation. If you do the same thing, you'll be leaving a legacy and be doing one of the most important things possible for the people you love. The ugly truth is, you don't have an estate plan. Everything you own, including your house, cars, investments, everything could be tied up in courts for a year or longer. It could cost your estate tens of thousands of dollars in probate and legal fees, even double government taxation. You can avoid this painful, costly mistake by contacting Tom Fortino of the Alpha Wealth Group. Tom hosts the Alpha Wealth Hour, heard Saturday mornings at 9 on AM 560, and has been a featured expert on Fox Business, Fortune, and Money Magazine. Right now, Alpha Wealth Group is offering you a free estate planning kit if you call 630-873-6326. That's 630-873-6326. 630-873-6326. Investment advisory services offered through Retirement Wealth Advisors, Inc.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
What question should Hillary be asked? What answer should Trump provide? We'll get KT McFarland's cheat sheet at 8:08.
And at 8:38, don't miss it, Superintendent of Chicago Police Eddie Johnson will be here. But now we go into the newsroom. Here's Mike Scott.
Sunshine right now. WIND Chicago News Time is 8 o'clock.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. They'll be at the same venue on a different stage tonight. Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton at a televised forum.
It's time for Hillary Clinton to come clean and make all of those emails available.
That's Trump's running mate. Mike Pence says congressional Republicans plan another hearing tomorrow, wanting to reopen a federal probe into emails ordered preserved that were deleted while Clinton was Secretary of State. Now, she said the FBI resolved this issue already. And the Democrat turns the table, saying Trump's hiding something, refusing to release his tax returns. Pence's reply to Fox News a short time ago.
We're both going to release our tax returns. Mine will be out later this week. It'll be a quick read for me, and he'll release his tax returns after the audit is done.
Cases of Zika keep cropping up across America, but in Congress, there's still a stalemate over funding the fight against the virus. Fox's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
Dave, lawmakers are going back to the drawing board on a Zika funding bill after Senate Democrats blocked a $1.1 billion measure over language targeting Planned Parenthood. House Speaker Paul Ryan says he expects lawmakers will find some kind of resolution on funding the Zika fight. But there's also a battle brewing over funding the government. Congress needs to pass legislation by the end of the month, or the federal government could shut down. Democrats want a year-long spending deal. Republicans want to pass a short-term plan. Dave.
Rachel, they're keeping an eye on Newton in Arizona, concerned about the potential for flooding as the tropical storm that hit Mexican resorts moves inland.
We're not looking for a direct hit, but we could see thunderstorms on the backside, or as it goes through, that could drop 2 or 3 inches of rain in small areas.
That is Steve Waters with the Flood Warning Control District in Maricopa County, Arizona. Parts of New Mexico could also get heavy rain. A few weeks before hockey's World Cup, a warning from U.S. coach John Tortorella. Any American player who takes a Colin Kaepernick-like stand on skates sitting during the national anthem will sit on the bench and not play. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Sunshine, 77 degrees. It is 8:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. Chicago's top police department official says his department is doing all it can to combat rising violence in the city. Superintendent Eddie Johnson saying yesterday things won't change until the state passes tougher sentencing laws for repeat gun offenders.
If we had the gun laws in Chicago that L.A. and New York have, we would see our violent crime cut in half.
Johnson addresses those issues and more with Dan and Amy here on AM 560 just after 8:30. Spotlight on contract talks between teachers and officials with the nation's third largest school district. Chicago Public Schools CEO Forrest Claypool and Union President Karen Lewis both held public appearances Tuesday. The question over whether there could be a strike this fall continues to linger. Authorities say a Glendale Heights bank robbery suspect is also wanted in 5 other robberies. A man held up the Chase Bank yesterday on Bloomingdale Road in Glendale Heights. Other robberies include Oakbrook Terrace, Berkeley, Clarendon Hills, Hoffman Estates, and Addison. Chicago sports. Last night, Brewers put up 5 in the first off starter Jason Hamill. They rout the Cubs 12-5. Sox over Detroit 2-0. And Alabama strengthened its hold on the number 1 spot in the first regular season AP college football poll. The news, a service of the Positive Coaching Alliance. If you have questions about youth or high school sports, Positive Coaching Alliance has the answers. PCA, a national nonprofit organization offering more than 1,000 free online resources to inform and inspire youth and high school coaches, parents, student athletes, and administrators. Visit PCADevZone.org. It's 8:03, time for the AM 560 Business Beat from the Fox Business Network and a service of Turnkey.pro. Here's Jenny Casola.
From the Fox Business Network, Sony is unveiling its higher-end PlayStation 4 Neo today. The new gaming system is expected to better handle virtual reality and ultra-high-definition graphics. A former teacher and laid-off employee are suing ITT Educational Services, which shut down yesterday and laid off approximately 8,000 employees. The lawsuit accuses the school of failing to give employees 60 days' notice, which is required under federal law when a large number of workers are laid off. The for-profit school shut down its 130 locations after the federal government cut off financial aid. And Mercedes-Benz says it's working on a car that can deploy drones to deliver packages to you. It will be called the Vision Van. The Dow was up 46 points yesterday, NASDAQ added 26, and the S&P gained 6. With the Fox Business Report, I'm Ginny Cosola.
8:04 in Chicago. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
The clock is ticking. The most important political event of the year comes to Chicago on October 29th. It's Freedom Summit 2016, featuring Lieutenant Colonel Alan West, Michelle Malkin, AM 560's Mike Gallagher, Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson, and Joe Walsh. And just added, Dr. Sebastian Gorka, author of Defeating Jihad. Tickets start at just $39 and are available at freedomsummitchicago.com. That's freedomsummitchicago.com. Sponsored in part by Precision Payroll of America, Automated Systems Incorporated, and by Best Dental Group. Illinois deserves an honest analysis of the problems facing our state. Avoid the spin from the mainstream media and Springfield insiders by tuning in to Illinois Rising every Sunday at 3 p.m. AM 560's Dan Proft and the Illinois Policy Institute tackle the policy and political issues that matter most and discuss possible solutions. So if you're sick of the status quo, then be sure to listen to Illinois Rising this Sunday at 3 p.m. on AM 560. The Answer.
QL1, this is Control, checking in to see how excited you are for launch. Over? Well, actually, Control, I'm kind of bored. I think you cut out, QL1. It sounded like you said you were bored. That's affirmative, Control. You're about to travel 17,000 miles per hour through Earth's atmosphere, and you're bored? It just doesn't sound that exciting after using Rocket Mortgage by Quicken Loans. I was able to get a completely online custom mortgage approval in minutes. All right, you cut out for sure this time. Did you say I can get a mortgage approval in minutes? That's right, Control. Minutes. Whether you're purchasing a new house or refinancing your existing home, Rocket Mortgage securely pulls your pay stubs and bank statements to build you a custom mortgage solution so you get exactly what you want. Wow, that is exciting. Yep, definitely better than months of dehydrated ice cream and powdered orange drink. 3, 2, 1. Rocket Mortgage at QuickenLoans.com. Push button, get mortgage.
Rocket.
Visit for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLSConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
It's 8:07. Let's get a check on the roads in our AM 560 traffic center with Jim.
Thanks, Mike. The inbound Edens is 32 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 33. The Kennedy, an hour and 15 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, 38 minutes from Montrose, 30 in the Express, outbound 50 to the airport. The Eisenhower, an hour and 35 minutes. Thorndale to downtown, an hour 15 from Manheim, outbound 56 minutes to Thorndale. Stevenson, an hour and 20 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 50 minutes. The Rhine is 30 minutes. 95th to downtown, I-57. 40 minutes, I-80 to the merge, Bishop Ford 25. Tri-States, those southbound Washington to 176, northbound Southwest Highway up to 31st and Roosevelt to Grand Avenue. Veterans Memorial really slow from Boughton most of the way to Roosevelt and Army Trail to 290. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Today, breezy, warm, and humid with clouds and sun, along with a shower or thunderstorm in the area. High 89. Couple of showers and a heavy thunderstorm tonight. Watch for flash flooding and damaging winds. Low 74. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
79 at O'Hare. Next news, 8:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by 1 Hour, together with Mike Rowe, encouraging you to choose licensed technicians to service your home. Call 1 Hour today, 855-1-HOUR.
Good morning. Welcome to your Wednesday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
If we had the gun laws in Chicago that LA and New York have, we would see our violent crime cut in half.
If she applied for a low-level job at the State Department today, just a low-level job, she couldn't even get a security clearance based on what she's done.
He said that the American people don't care about his tax returns. He clearly has something to hide. We don't know exactly what it is, but we're getting better guesses about what it probably is.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. Well, tonight we have noted military historian and geopolitical expert Matt Lauer. Fresh off his interview of Beyonce.
He didn't want to get left out of the party.
Yeah. He is, that deep thinker will be the interviewer of the two presidential candidates, Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton, separately, one at a time, not a forum, where they will talk about national security and other commander-in-chief related responsibilities.
And what's nice is the audience is going to be full of active military members who are going to be able to ask questions once the great one, Matt Lauer, is done asking questions.
Will Bo Bergdahl get a question?
I don't think.
I wonder. For the cheat sheet on tonight's event, what questions should be asked of Hillary that probably won't be by Matt Lauer? What answers should be given by Donald Trump, which may happen? We're now joined by our friend KT McFarland, Fox News national security analyst. KT, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Good morning.
So here's my assessment. You tell me how I'm wrong. My assessment in terms of what the two candidates have to deal with tonight in terms of the hurdles they have to clear. For Donald Trump, he really just has to demonstrate proper temperament. And for Hillary Clinton, she has to rewrite history, so she's got the tougher job.
Yeah, I think the bar is higher for her. People assume she knows all about this stuff. People assume Trump doesn't. And then there's the people assume she's a crook, and people sadly assume he's crazy. So she's not going to tell anybody and prove that she's not lying. That's already sort of baked in the cake. He just has to show, like Reagan did in 1980, that he's not crazy.
Now, do you think that Hillary Clinton's going to answer any questions about what happened in Benghazi?
Yeah.
Because you know that that's coming. If not from Matt Lauer, it should be from somebody, an active duty military member in the audience.
Yeah, and I think that, what I'm looking for tonight is sort of two sets of questions. One, going forward, how do you see the use of force? When is America going to go to war? How do you see the defense budget? Where do you see it? Do you see us increasing defense spending? How do you see our alliances? Where do you think America's role is in the Middle East, in Europe, and in Asia? How are you going to deal with Vladimir Putin? And then there's a second set of questions, primarily directed at Mrs. Clinton, because she's the one that's running on her quote record. Tell us about that reset with Russia. That didn't work.
Yeah.
Tell us about the Middle East. You were in favor of the Iran nuclear deal. You bragged that your actions had brought Iran to the table, but Iran's violating that deal. Explain to us what these planeloads of cash are doing going to Iran. And then, most importantly, tell us how is it that you got all those decisions wrong? You wanted to go into Iraq, which we've seen now probably wasn't the right idea. But then you wanted to get out. And then we've seen as well, that's not the right idea. You wanted to go into Libya. We've seen, sadly, tragically, that the result of that is jihadi chaos in Benghazi. So I think she's got more to answer to. And so I think, Dan, I think you're right. Hers is the harder job.
And also, she has some details to fill in terms of thinking prospectively, like you're talking about, with regards to a national security area, which is immigration policy. Trump laid out a 10-plank platform in Phoenix last week after visiting with the Mexican president. she has said, very little on the topic other than a quadrupling down on President Obama's Syrian refugee program.
Yeah, and interestingly, when Trump gave his big terrorism speech 2 or 3 weeks ago, I thought he did something that very few, whether Hillary Clinton or others, very few have done. First of all, he made the connection between the problems in the Middle East and the threat to the homeland. Now, how is immigration, how is the threat to the homeland related to what's happening in the Middle East? And secondly, he approached it unlike a lot of people do, where they're constantly asked, would you put boots on the ground? How many boots would you put on the ground? Whose boots would you put on the ground? He cast it in a much bigger perspective. He said, but radical Islam is the same kind of global approach that we need and threatens us, the same way communism did during the Cold War and fascism did during World War II. We had a concerted effort to do that, not just a military effort, but an ideological effort. We had an economic effort. We had allies. Sometimes we had to hold our noses to deal with allies because we were united against a common enemy. So, again, I think that even though Hillary Clinton has with all the big resume and all the experience, it hasn't been a very successful resume. And a lot of her initiatives, in fact, most of her initiatives have not been successful.
How important do you think that visit with Mexican President Peña Nieto was for Donald Trump, and then Hillary's reaction to it, suggesting that she has no plans to accept the Mexican president's overture after Trump, quote unquote, made a spectacle of himself? What's your assessment of that interchange between Peña Nieto and Trump, that meeting and its importance, and then Hillary's decision not to follow suit?
Well, I think for Trump, it was a very successful trip because all of a sudden you could see him in the role of commander-in-chief, and his remarks and his demeanor and the way he was treated, I think, went a long way for that. Hillary Clinton doesn't have to prove that to anybody. But secondly, the thing about the meeting that Mr. Trump had with the Mexican president that nobody's talked about is, a month ago, the Mexican president, as well as former Mexican officials and former Mexican president, were all saying, no wall, there's never going to be a wall. After that meeting, it was like everybody accepted there was going to be a wall. Mexican president referred to it. They just disagreed on how to pay for it and who was going to pay for it. Now, to me, that's never been an important issue, who pays for the wall. You pay for the wall by charging everybody $1 when they come across the border. You take the drug cartel money, use that to pay for the wall. The more important issue is that you have a wall, that you have a way of controlling your borders. And as Trump has said, I'm going to build a wall, big, beautiful wall, but it's going to have a big door. Somebody is finally willing to take on the immigration issue because the Republicans in the past have talked about it, the Democrats have talked about it, but they just keep kicking the can down the road.
But do you think one of the solutions that Trump offered was self-deportation? Do you really think that's going to work?
If you look at sort of where the numbers have gone in the last several years, the flow of immigration into the illegal immigration in the United States has slowed from Mexico has slowed down. It has increased from Central America, from South America. And so I'm not really sure how realistic that is. But when I look at the solution to the problem, I've always thought, there's not one size fits all here. Let's just look at who are the illegal immigrants into the United States, and let's start peeling the onion. Well, the ones who are convicted of crimes, we don't want you. Go back. The ones who are not participating and contributing to society in the United States, there's a question mark. But the ones who have been here since right after they were born, they're hardworking, their kids get scholarships to Harvard because they have perfect records. Well, let's have another conversation about that. But I can tell you, having been in the Reagan administration, when President Reagan was dealing with the same issue, the numbers were smaller, but it was the same issue. It was supposed to be a two-part thing. He would grant amnesty, but before he granted amnesty, he would build the wall. They never built the wall. They granted the amnesty, and the problem just increased because without securing the border, it's like pouring water in a bucket with a big hole at the bottom.
Also tonight occurs against the backdrop of this story out of Paris this morning, a car loaded with cooking gas canisters found near the French capital's Notre Dame Cathedral. That occurred Sunday morning, according to police. They're interviewing the two owners of that car, one of whom is on the national security watch list in France. So it just revisits the issue after the spate of attacks in the last year of radical Islamic terrorism or political Islamist terrorism, the descriptor of your choice, and how the Obama administration, with Clinton as their top foreign policy official, got ISIS so wrong.
Well, anybody can look at the last 15 years, and I lay blame as well at the Bush administration. We've been battling this for radical Islamic jihad and terrorism for 15 years, and we've yet to figure out the right answer. President Bush wanted to fight him over there, so we didn't have to fight him over here. Well, we tried. We didn't stop it. We didn't destroy it completely. And it's, in fact, come back and sort of morphed and modified and mutated, and it's in more places. Then President Obama came in and said, well, I'm withdrawing from the region. The problem is us, not radical Islam. And so then radical Islam went on steroids. And so ISIS, for example, has now opened a second front in Europe. But the number of radical Islamic groups, it's not just ISIS, it's way bigger than ISIS. It's all of the various witches' brew of Islamic jihadists, radical Islamic groups who want to take over the world and destroy Western civilization. And if they have to die in the process, sign me up, strap on a suicide vest. And I really feel that after 15 years of banging our head against the wall, we need a different plan. And we need a different plan soon and fast, because once those groups get their hands on weapons of mass destruction, game over.
All right. She is KT McFarland, Fox News national security analyst. KT, thank you for joining us and providing your insights. As always, appreciate it.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Amy.
Thank you. And she joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
Connect with Dan and Amy using the AM 560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
The time has arrived. A teenage girl hunted down and killed a giraffe. We'll explain. But first, here's your forecast. Heat's the big story today. Heat index, you've heard us talking about it, 104 degrees today. And then we can't rule out a shower or thunderstorm in spots this afternoon, a high near 90. Tonight, a heavy shower and thunderstorm. Can I try that over? That could bring some flooding and damaging high winds. And tomorrow morning, you'll begin with a morning shower in spots. Otherwise, clouds breaking for some sun, still warm and humid, a high in the upper 80s. Let's get the latest on the roadways. Here's Jim Telemonte.
That's sticky on the roads. Amy Kennedy inbound jammed Cumberland to Adams. There's a stalled truck there in the left lane. It's an hour and 15 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, 38 minutes from Montrose, 30 in the Express. Outbound 40 minutes to the airport. Eden's 30 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 42. The Eisenhower is an hour and 35 minutes. Thorndale to downtown, an hour 15 from Manhunt. Outbound 56 minutes to Thorndale. Stevenson, an hour and 10 minutes. 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 42 minutes. Ryan, 30 minutes. 95th to downtown. I-57. 40 minutes, I-80 to the merge. Left lane closed at 95th for CTA work. Bishop Ford, a much improved 20 minutes. Northbound Tri-State jam, 95th to 31st, and Roosevelt to the Grand Avenue curve. The other tollways have significant delays, too. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560 Traffic Center.
A great smile can make you feel happy and confident. So when you consciously conserve your teeth, that glowing smile will show through. At Best Dental Group, Doctors Economos, Gavalis, Joshi, and their staff are ready to help you create that perfect look or maintain the one you have now. Along with general dentistry, Best Dental Group is a multidisciplined practice with an orthodontist, periodontist, and prosthetic specialists on site. They use the newest breakthroughs in dental technology, such as titanium implants, Invisalign clear braces, and laser treatments. Don't let fear get in the way. They can recommend sedation to make your experience as comfortable as possible. Best Dental Group is located in historic downtown Bartlett and is a multilingual office. Call 630-830-4930. That's 630-830-4930. Or visit bestdental.org. Best Dental Group, sharing your conservative values and helping you to conserve your teeth.
Before you invest, read the prospectus in the registration statement and other documents the issuer has filed with the SEC for more complete information about the issuer and this offering.
This is a special public announcement for investors. Have you tried to invest during an initial public offering but never got the chance because big banks and private institutions have already scooped up all the stock? Well, now there's an exciting investment opportunity where you can be in on the IPO of a game-changing digital media company listed on NASDAQ. FOTV. FOTV is a group of millennial-focused digital media companies that creates, markets, and distributes live hologram events and premium Hollywood movie content to global audiences via live streaming, virtual reality, and 360. Powered by Holograms USA cutting-edge visual technology. Featured on the Country Music Awards, Jimmy Kimmel Live, and the Coachella Music Festival. Discover a real IPO investment opportunity. Invest as little or as much as you want. Call now for your free FOTV prospectus. 800-409-2501. 800-409-2501. That's 800-409-2501.
A storm is on the horizon, and you need to keep the lights on no matter what. Your business relies on the power being on 24/7. It's the lifeblood of your data and computer systems. Weather-related outages from the power company are not acceptable. Your need for a source of power that's reliable 24/7, along with round-the-clock service that can dispatch technicians to your site immediately, is mission critical. Your business needs Charles Equipment Energy Systems on speed dial. These are the big boys, not residential or solar, but reliable industrial generators for emergency backup or events. When you need more than a 100-foot extension cord plugged into a small engine generator, call Charles Equipment Energy Systems. They keep the lights on with rental generators for job sites or power outages. They'll also keep you cool this summer with temporary air conditioners for any situation, big or small. Call 630-834-6000. That's 630-834-6000 or charlesequipment.com. charlesequipment.com. Reserve now for summer festival season.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, so would you let your 12-year-old daughter, 12-year-old child, doesn't have to be a daughter, it could be a son too.
Yeah, don't be gender biased, Dan.
No, I won't. Would you let your 12-year-old go big game hunting with you, shoot and kill a giraffe, a zebra, a wildebeest? That's what 12-year-old trophy hunter Ariana Gordin has done, and she's a Utah native. And on Monday, she and her father were on with Piers Morgan. Remember that moron with the room temperature IQ? He was on CNN for a bit.
CNN, but now he's on Good Morning Britain or something.
Yeah, they deported him back to Britain, which was a good idea. And he interviewed the young lady, Miss Gordin, the 12-year-old girl, and he was, of course, aghast at what she had done.
Right, you've got a lovely little pet cat. How would you feel if I came to your house one day and I hunted down your pet cat and I killed it, and I then posted pictures of me celebrating the slaughter of your pet cat?
Well, I think that's a trick question.
Yeah.
Because that giraffe wasn't your pet.
There's nothing tricky about
wasn't your
There's
pet.
nothing tricky about that question. Because
Well,
I've noticed on her Facebook page, there's a real weird situation where you have these pictures of these slaughtered animals, and then you have lots of cuddly pictures of this nice cat.
So
an animal's an animal, right?
No, actually, it's not. But a moron is a moron, and you are one, Piers. Your pet cat is your property. If you go on safari to hunt animals, that is not the same thing as invading someone's property and killing their cat, which is their property.
Cats.
You simp, you nitwit, Piers Morgan. But the question,
I think he's just all right. Well,
yeah,
he's angry because he saw the picture of the giraffe, which I'm looking at right now, and it makes me angry too. Why kill a beautiful, graceful giraffe? What purpose is the carcass going to give you? I understand hunting for food, but for that.
312-642-5600, turnkey.pro, answer line 64636DA, turnkey.pro, text line. Would you allow your son or daughter, 12-year-old, to go on a safari, go big game hunting like Miss Gordin and her family does? She, I mentioned, has killed a number of animals in these hunts. And in addition to that, she has received death threats now that some of these pictures went viral. And you have mopes like Piers Morgan stoking the flames of irrational hatred of people who behave differently than you would behave. Also, it's worth noting.
But she posted these herself on her Facebook page.
Right, and it's worth noting a couple of things.
Yes.
Perfectly legal, number one. Number two, it's worth noting people's ignorance of conservation. That most of these animal refuges where you go on safari are in the business of animal conservation in Africa. We talked about this with the hysteria over the Cecil the lion killing several months back.
It's too soon, Dan.
Right. With the amount of money that's generated for local human beings who live in these communities around these safari areas, the preserves in Africa, in terms of their well-being. Do people care about the human beings? In addition to that, the giraffe that's pictured, that's gone viral and precipitated these death threats. The meat from the giraffe was distributed to locals by the family and by the safari company as food. It was given to orphanages for food.
Okay.
So what about that? I mean, when you eat a hamburger, should we be as outraged? Should Piers Morgan be asking you, participated in the slaughter of a cow? Should I'm going to come to your home and kill Fido? Is that the same thing? Or is it just because these animals are prettier and cuter and more exotic and they have sillier faces that we take a different posture?
You know, for me and the giraffe, it's the long legs and the eyelashes, okay? And it just seems like it's such an innocent creature that why would you hunt that down? But now that you said they gave the meat to the local orphanage, I understand, but it's trophy hunting is not my thing. I understand, hunting quail and deer during deer season because it's a safety issue for motor vehicles, especially if you live up north in Minnesota or Wisconsin or parts of Illinois, but I'm not into this. And she brought I'm sorry she's getting death threats. And I'm sorry she went on that god-awful Good Morning Britain show. But if you post it on Facebook, you're going to bring some heat upon yourself. And you're going to get death threats because people are crazy out there. And PETA members are crazy.
That's no question about that. Ralph in Rantoul.
Yeah, safari hunting is expensive. It costs a lot of money to go over there for the permits, the equipment. And even so, it's still cheaper than a trophy wife.
It's so true. Thanks for the call, Ralph. That's an excellent point. Dominic in Naperville, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer. Hey, Dominic.
Hey, yeah. I've been taking my kids hunting, all three of them, since they were 10. We've taken the hunter safety courses. It's a great bonding time. They know gun safety. And, that giraffe, actually, they butcher the giraffe and they feed a lot of the natives in that area, too.
Right.
The elephants and all that stuff on safari, so... is it our fault that we're on top of the food chain, Amy?
Yes, it is. Thanks for the call, Dominic.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
If you're serious about selling your home, now is the time. Supply is low and it's a great seller's market in many Chicagoland neighborhoods. I've done the research, and along with my Salem Radio colleagues, Mike Gallagher and Michael Medved, we all recommend that you call Saul. Saul Z and the Z team are so good that if they don't sell your home in 59 days, they'll sell it for free, guaranteed. Saul is ranked 106 out of 1.2 million agents by the Wall Street Journal. His proven marketing system is so effective that he sells on average a home every single day, attracting multiple full-price offers. That demand helps sell your home fast and at the highest price. It's a no-brainer. If I were selling a home in Chicagoland, I'd call Saul. Go online to callsaul.net or call Saul now at 888-346-0666. That's callsaul, SAUL.net, or 888-346-0666. You'd better call Saul.
A couple years ago, I had a severe accident which disabled my right hand and caused chronic pain and complete suffering. It took many years before really we figured out exactly what it was or how to treat it. My whole goal was I did not want to be on high levels of pain medicine. After some time, I went to see Dr. Kenneth Candido to try to figure out the source of the pain and a solution and how to solve it. He listens. I'm going to cry because it's so real. I've been through so much, and he wants to help his patients, and he's there for me whenever I need him.
This is Ken Candido of Chicago Anesthesia Pain Specialists. I have a simple message for you. If you or someone you love or someone you know has chronic pain, contact us. Treating chronic pain issues is what we do. We can make it better. Get an appointment and let's talk. MyPainChicago.com, MyPainChicago.com. All the info is available at MyPainChicago.com. Let's make you pain-free.
AM 560, The Answer.
You know the thing about a giraffe's eyes, Amy?
What?
It's got lifeless eyes. Like a doll's eyes. I just wanted to do my quint. A text from DPRK. This is the spoof North Korean news service.
Yes.
Intellectually impoverished reporter Piers Morgan chastises unthinking dullard unfit to serve as toilet attendant at a monkey park. I just love that tweet. All right, coming up at 8:38.
We have Chicago Police Superintendent Eddie Johnson will be here to talk about violence and the murder rate in our city. Plus, later, guys, listen up. There's a new gadget that's coming to your restroom that I think you're going to like. But first, let's go into the newsroom. Here's Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, parts of Arizona and New Mexico could be slammed with dangerous rains from Tropical Storm Newton today. The U.S. Hurricane Center says Newton made landfall on Mexico's mainland overnight. And we're also watching developments in southwest Wisconsin this morning, where campers are being evacuated at this moment from a county park, where flash flooding is taking place right now after 7 inches of rain fell this morning. Donald Trump will be in Philadelphia later today, unveiling a plan for a major increase in defense spending. Indiana Governor Mike Pence says Trump's agenda is starting to resonate with voters.
People all across the spectrum are really beginning to focus. Undecided voters are beginning to focus.
Pence telling Fox News that all the people hear from Hillary Clinton and Tim Kaine, he says, are insults. Tonight, both Trump and Clinton talk national security at an NBC Commander-in-Chief forum. The Obama administration apparently sent Iran more than $1 billion in cash after 4 American hostages were released. That money in addition to the $400 million delivered immediately after the men were let go. The chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, Republican Bob Corker, says it pains him to know why that money was paid.
This will be the first time I've ever said this publicly, but just their own description of using those dollars as leverage to cause these people to leave, to be able to leave, just look it up in Webster's dictionary. It is ransom.
Hardcore Apple fans are watching closely today during the company's unveiling of its latest products, including the updated Apple Watch and iPhone 7 that may no longer have an analog headphone jack. Classes resumed yesterday in Chicago public schools, but the chance of a strike as early as next month is looming. Chicago man charged with shooting an 80-year-old to death on the city's south side, Ted Merchant, faces 1 felony count of first-degree murder and is due in bond court later today. Chicago sports. Brewers beat the Cubs 12-5. White Sox blanked the Tigers 2-0. And the news service of Accountemps. Do you need accounting and finance professionals for long-term or reoccurring projects? If you prefer the same professional to handle your project through its duration, Accountemps Salary Professional Service may be the solution. Call today or visit accountemps.com. Accountemps, a Robert Half company. 8:35 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher says, despite the obstacles, Trump is still fighting.
Despite everything that's being thrown at him by every media organization, every prominent Republican insider, the lack of support from current Republicans, the RNC for that matter, he does not have the backing of just about anyone, and he's in this thing.
The Mike Gallagher Show, weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Papa Nicholas Coffee. Papa Nicholas. Best beans, best roast, best coffee.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
About 6 years ago, I was diagnosed with congestive heart failure. I went from being able to work 14, 16 hours a day with no problem to where I could barely walk a block to the store without having to stop and rest. I went on to the phytonutrients about 6 months ago, and within a couple of months, my medical doctor had cut my prescriptions down in a little bit smaller dosage. The next time I went back a month later, I walked into the doctor's office and he says, "My gosh, what's happened to you? You don't even look like the same person." He looked at my legs and the swelling had gone down, my blood pressure was down. The venous stasis ulcers that I had had on my legs for the last 4 or 5 years because of the poor circulation were all healed, and I'm feeling far better.
Call now to find out how to get your free month's supply of Balance of Nature. Call 800-2468-751 or go online to balanceofnature.com.
Use promo code CHICAGO.
8:37. check our roads quickly in our AM 560 traffic center with Jim.
Eden's 30 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 35. The Kennedy is an hour and 15 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 37 minutes. The Ike, an hour and 35 minutes. Thorndale to the Loop, an hour and 15 from Manheim, outbound 41 minutes to Thorndale. Stevenson, an hour and 20 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Ryan, 30 minutes, 95th to downtown, I-57, 35 minutes, I-80 to the Merge. The tollways are heavy. That's traffic, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Sunny this morning, breezy, warm and humid throughout the day. A damaging shower, a thunderstorm could hit in spots later in the day and overnight. A high 89, a low of 74. Currently 80. Next news coming up at 9. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continue next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Illinois Rising, hosted by Dan Proft and the Illinois Policy Institute. Sunday afternoons at 3 on AM 560, The Answer.
Don't miss Freedom Summit Chicago 2016, October 29th in Itasca. Tickets are on sale now at freedomsummitchicago.com.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. So, as has been widely reported, because it's a national story, Chicago passed 500 homicides in 9 months over Labor Day weekend. We're nearing 3,000 shootings this year alone. And while there has been a crime spike in a number of major cities, 6 out of the 10 biggest American cities have seen double-digit increases in crime, in violent crime. In 2016, and overall crime is up. But murder declined 6.4% in New York City, and Houston saw a 51% drop in violent crime. So there's something going on in Chicago, and to some extent New Orleans, St. Louis, Detroit, Baltimore, that is not going on in other urban centers like L.A. and New York and Houston, which is similar in size to Chicago and similar demographically, race and so forth. So what's going on? Well, to help us understand what police are facing, we're happy to be joined by Chicago Police Superintendent Eddie Johnson. Superintendent Johnson, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Good morning. Not a problem. Glad to be here.
So what's your assessment? What is going on in Chicago that's different, say, from Chicago or L.A. or Houston, and what can be done about it in the short term?
Well, I can say this. In Chicago, it's not the majority of the city that's having these issues. We have 22 police districts, and out of those 22, you have 5 that are really driving the violence. And out of those 5, 3 of them really are seeing the majority of the gun violence in the city. So, those are the places that it's isolated to for the most part. But, as I've said time and time again, our violence is really driven by about 1,400 individuals who are repeat gun offenders. And those are the individuals that are really driving our crime.
Well, how can we get those individuals off the streets? I know if you look at Chicago compared to New York and L.A., if you are caught in possession with an illegal weapon, you get 1 year in jail. In New York, it's 3.5 years.
Right. Well, I say this. The biggest difference between Chicago and L.A. And New York is this. L.A. and New York have real strict sentencing laws as opposed to Chicago. So in New York, if you get caught with a gun the first time around, you do 3.5 years in prison, no matter what. In L.A., they have a thing called use a gun and you're done, which simply means if you use a gun in the commission of a crime, you get 10 years tacked on for displaying it, for firing it, for using it. So there's multipliers on there. So those 2 cities have stricter gun sentencing laws. So if we can get that will help us hold these repeat offenders more accountable.
FOP President Dean Angelo has also said that what Chicago police need is more Chicago police, more manpower. And last week, there was an indication from the mayor's office that finally more manpower may be forthcoming. What's your assessment of the manpower levels in the department and the need for more officers? Is that something that would aid the effort?
Well, I'll tell you this, Dan. There's probably not a police executive in the world that would turn down additional manpower. Right. But I'll say this. I'll let the mayor talk about that in the coming weeks. But he and I discussed that quite frequently. And, more than manpower, we have to ensure that we use the manpower that we have efficiently, so that's part of the puzzle also, so additional resources is always a good thing, but we have to make sure we're doing the right thing with the people that we have.
Now, I watched your interview last night on NBC Nightly News, and you said it's not a police issue. This is a society issue. Can you explain?
Yeah, crime is that, the police don't cause the crime. Crime is caused by a lot of different variables. You have a lot of social ills that contribute to crime. So the 3 police districts that I was speaking of that drive most of our violence are impoverished neighborhoods, so they need economic support, jobs, better education, housing. But more importantly, in a lot of these neighborhoods, we need parents to step up and be parents, because all of this stuff starts at home. You may be living in a tough situation, but at the end of the day, you should still know right from wrong. And a lot of these people do. They just choose to do wrong, So we need parents to step up and be parents, but more importantly, we need fathers to step up and be fathers to a lot of these young men that are out here doing the wrong thing.
What's your assessment? I mean, I completely agree with that sentiment, and that's not something that the government can force. It's not something that police can be responsible for. You can't raise children. The job is law enforcement. And I wonder what your assessment is of the civilian political leadership of the city, because look, at the end of the day, police are also a function of the civilian political leadership. You can only do what the political leadership allows you to do to a large extent. So that means the mayor and the city council, this report that was issued earlier in the year that talked about systemic racism and, from things that I hear, did not do anything to enhance morale on the force. I wonder what grade or what assessment you would give the civilian political leadership in helping you do the job that you're charged to do.
Well, that's a good point, because right now, not just in Chicago, but all across the country, law enforcement is being scrutinized like never before, but in Chicago specifically, the level of disrespect that you see out here towards police officers from the community is just, I've never seen it like this, so there's a lot for the everyday officer to deal with out there. But now the mayor has given us a lot of support. Of course, in the beginning of the year, we got off to a rough start, after the Laquan McDonald video and, the changing of state laws concerning how we document our interactions with civilians. But the officers out there are working hard, but I have to be honest and say that they are concerned that they be the next viral video, because let's face it, they're people too. They're not robots, and they have families to support. So they are concerned about, the support they get from not just the elected officials, but the community at large.
Yeah, I know that you have a lot of support among the rank and file. All the police officers that I know really respect you. They like you. I mean, even over Labor Day weekend, you were out patrolling during the 3-day holiday weekend. And what did you see?
Yeah, well, I was out there, and I think it's good to be out there. That's actually one of the things I like to do most, is still be out there with the troops. But what I saw was officers working hard, but again, we get groups of individuals out there mocking police and just being disrespectful, and that makes the job difficult, and anybody that thinks being a police officer is easy, that's because they've never done it. And the majority of your police force in Chicago are professional and are out there trying to do the right thing. Now, do we have some issues? Yeah, we do. I would never try to pretend like we're a perfect agency, because we're not, but my challenge is to root out the individuals that don't want to do the job correctly. And it's not that many of them, but there are those there that do that. But I see that, when I was out there this weekend, I just saw tons of people everywhere, and like I said, again, I backed up some officers on street stops or traffic stops. And there is a sentiment out there with the public regarding the police that they don't have to do what the police tell them to do, and that's just simply not the case.
We're talking to Chicago Police Superintendent Eddie Johnson, and I wonder if some individuals that the television cameras love to go cover, listen to every utterance and report it to the public that you're describing, I wonder how they're impacting the job. You have sort of the curious argument made by the likes of Father Pfleger and others, including Black Lives Matter, that on the one hand, they want, police to be defanged, and they don't want to abide what police tell them, as you suggested. And on the other hand, they're calling for the governor to call a state of emergency and bring in the National Guard or some kind of federal assistance. I wonder how you square the circle with some of what you see and hear from so-called community leaders.
Well, one thing that I started doing from day one, myself and First Deputy at the time, John Escalante, was, we reached out to quite a few community leaders and activists, and I personally sat down and spoke to quite a few leaders of Black Lives Matter, and I'll tell you, I may not agree with everything that they say, but they are Chicagoans and they deserve to have their voices heard, So I think conversation and dialogue is what facilitates the trust you have in them. But like Father Pfleger, he's been a huge supporter of mine since I was the commander in the 6th District. But in terms of the National Guard, I'll say this. We don't need the National Guard here. The National Guard, they aren't trained to deal with domestic issues such as the ones we're having here. Now, if they want to bring in federal money to help, some of these impoverished neighborhoods, that's fine. But I think the police department that you have here is equipped to deal with, the environment that we have now. We just need to come to some type of understanding between the police and the community that we serve.
So we'll make that clear. You do not believe we need the National Guard in Chicago, say, on the weekends?
No. Like I said, the National Guard, they're not trained to deal with domestic issues. So, no, I wouldn't be in support of that at all.
Well, you also have federal law. I mean, not that federal law matters in Chicago, but you also have a federal law that dates back to the presidency of Rutherford B. Hayes that says federal troops shall not be used for domestic policing. So you have that little matter as well that I know the likes of Father Pfleger and, others don't care about, but it's there. It's federal law. So something else to consider. He is Chicago Police Superintendent Eddie Johnson. Superintendent Johnson, thanks so much for joining us. Be safe out there and keep up the good work.
Okay, thank you for having me. I'll come back sometime. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you.
Thank you. And he joined us on our Turnkey.Pro answer line.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Oh, yeah. Keep it clean, guys. We have a new gadget for you coming to the restrooms. I think you're going to like. I'll tell you what it is. It's called the Urinator 2.0. Details coming up. But first, here's your forecast. Sunshine right now. It's going to be hot and humid. Heat index of 104. But we can't rule out a thunderstorm this afternoon. Tonight, heavy thunderstorms through here that can bring some flooding and damaging high winds. And a morning shower to greet you on Thursday. Otherwise, clouds breaking for some sun. Still hot and humid, a high of 85. Any high travel times? Here's Jim Delamonte.
Yes, Amy, it's heavy, but it's getting better on the inbound Kennedy. Really jammed Harlem to Adams, where there was a stall. It's an hour and 10 minutes, O'Hare to downtown. 42 minutes from Montrose, 33 in the Express. Outbound 15 minutes to Montrose, but 40 to the airport. Eden's 30 minutes, Lake Cook to the junction. Outbound 35. The Eisenhower is still really rough. An hour and 35 minutes, Thorndale to downtown. Outbound 41 minutes. Stevenson, an hour and 10 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 40 minutes. Ryan is 30 minutes, 95 to downtown. I-57, 35 minutes, I-80 to the merge, thanks to CTA work in the left lane near 95th. Tri-State northbound delays from the mile-long bridge most of the way to 31st, starting to break up a bit. Then slow Roosevelt to the Grand Avenue curve. Veterans Memorial still pretty slow from Boughton to the Reagan Tollway, and sluggish Army Trail to 290. Jim Talamonte in the AM 560 Traffic Center.
On AM 560 The Answer, we talk about the important issues that affect your world. Things like the economy, education, and foreign policy. There's always so much going on in the news that we don't always have the time to focus in and talk about the big ideas behind the important issues. Enter Upstream Ideas online at upstream-ideas.com. Upstream Ideas, in partnership with the Illinois Policy Institute, provides the kind of information that informs the policy discussions happening here on AM 560. At Upstream Ideas, you'll broaden the debate, move beyond partisan assumptions, and challenge accepted beliefs. Upstream Ideas goes against the current and thinks upstream. Go online now at upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. You'll be armed with new information and fresh perspectives to help encourage you to make the state of Illinois and the United States of America a bit freer, a bit more just, and a bit more civilized. Upstream-ideas.com.
I just love CertaPro painters. You know, they've been to our home twice now, painted our chipped front porch and my son's bedrooms. Sharp lines, vibrant colors. And you know, fall is right around the corner, the season of colors. So now is the perfect time to update your home. Whether it's a bold new warm color for the dining room or a fresh take on your home's exterior, call CertaPro painters to transform and protect your home before cold weather arrives. Plus, the holidays will be here before you know it. So now is the perfect time to give your home that updated look you've been wanting. Call now to schedule your fall painting project. 1-800-GO-CERTA. I trust CertaPro painters in my home. They were nice guys. They cleaned up after themselves. There wasn't a single drop of paint anywhere except on my beautiful walls. Each CertaPro painter's business is independently owned and operated, so you'll feel confident knowing that these are local business owners who are part of your community. Call now for your free fall painting estimate at 1-800-GO-CERTA. That's 1-800-GOCERTA. Or visit CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
Hi, I'm Mary Beth. I had a failed root canal, and it was causing me pain. Dr. Neruzzi took care of my tooth, and I got my implant. And then I had another after that fail, and he did that one as well. Places they'll tell you, just, get the implant the day you get your tooth extracted. We'll do it all in one day. And he believes you do it all the right way, and he knows what he's doing, and he has an eye for detail that other dentists or periodontists do not have. There's no surprises because it's scary as it is, but he made it really, really comfortable. They're very accommodating to people that cannot afford to have it done. I would recommend Dr. Neruzzi to anybody, and I have given Dr. Neruzzi referrals, and I would refer him to anybody that's missing teeth.
This is Dr. Neruzzi. I personally guarantee your happiness with your implants. Go to implantsforme.com.
For missing teeth, dental implants are wonderful. The advantages are fantastic. Just remember, implantsforme.com. Implantsforme.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan, it's a big day for gadgets in men restrooms. 3 men from Spain have created and put a patent on a urinal. Are you ready for this? That actually cleans your Johnson.
Oh, hello.
So
wash and dry the Pope, huh?
It's called the When You Stop Ween Urinal 2.0. So here's what you do. It looks as if I gave you a picture of it. It's mounted against the wall.
It's very handsome.
And it looks like it has 2 eyes and a very large mouth. And what you do is you put the Johnson in, and it sprays down a curtain of soapy water. It sprays down on that for 3 seconds, and conveniently the water can be adjusted. So
keep going, urinal 2.0.
When it's cooler, the water's cooler in the summertime, and it's warmer in the wintertime.
Oh,
so it adjusts to
a little
climate
slice
change.
of heaven.
And then once you withdraw your Johnson, I don't know, can I say the P word? Another sensor
Yes, that is a body part.
So once you withdraw your penis, another sensor activates the dryer.
Why did you say that?
Well, you just told me I could say it.
Gross.
Which dries off the old chap, and then you're ready to put it away.
The English gentleman?
They said that they suggested the use of sensors so that the user does not have to touch anything, so that everything's hygienic. So you don't have to press any buttons. I mean, when you're done going to the bathroom, then you just go over to the urinal 2.0. It detects that you're there, and it starts doing the scrub. It's like a car wash for your Johnson.
What? Yeah.
And guess what?
I'll take the full detailing, urinal 2.0.
Size doesn't matter.
I knew it didn't matter.
The machine will work regardless if something's small or big. It just takes care of it.
Yeah, I'll tell you what.
Do you want to tweet out the picture?
It's got kind of a smiley face on it, and I assume I'd be smiling right back at it after the wash and dry.
I just didn't know that this was a problem, but they described the odor as, are you ready for this? It smells like a sardine can in your pocket. So that's why they came up with this.
Oh, that's to address that problem.
To address the
How
issue.
do they know?
I know. It's 3 guys, Edward, Ivan, and Miguel.
Great entrepreneurial capitalists.
So
this year's Nobel Prize goes to, I'll tell you what, I'm ordering one for the home and one for the office. Because if I just had one at home, I may not come into the office.
Do you think that we could get our general manager, Jeff Reisman, to pony up the cash to buy a Urinator 2.0?
I don't know.
It costs about $700 to $800. That's not that bad.
$700, $800 for a lifetime of a clean wee-wee?
Uh-huh.
It's a small price to pay.
Listen to podcasts of Dan and Amy from the AM 560 mobile app. Download it out today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
We are a nation of overachievers. We didn't just invent the TV. We jumbo-sized it and hung it in a football stadium. Now you can watch football while you're watching football. So why have we settled for mints that cover up bad breath instead of getting rid of it? We deserve better. Like Breath Savers, it's a high-def Hail Mary catch of a mint with Nutrizin, which is scientifically proven to neutralize bad breath. Breath Savers, it's the overachieving mint.
Why does Exxon and Mobil's new Synergy gasoline have 7 ingredients? Is it because 7 is a lucky number? Or because there's 7 wonders of the world? Or because one time I ate 7 cheesesteaks? No, it's because 7 is the precise number of ingredients engineered by a team of really, really smart scientists that helps you get better gas mileage. Mystery solved. Exxon and Mobil. Energy lives here.
Fuel economy claims are compared with gasoline meeting minimum government standards. Results will vary. Visit Exxon.com or Mobil.com for details.